the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hi, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I know it's another day of as the Delphi turns. What's up, artsy fartsy? So how many have got the photos now? Oh, God, I have no idea. What's up, Rescue All the Dogs? Hey, Carla. Hi, This Way Up. Hi, Salty C. Joe Folit. Hi, Northern Light. Perfect timing. I'm bored. I just sat down to check out the YouTube world. Sorry, my voice is like, I'm fighting this stupid cold. I'm doing my best. Hey, Lacey. What's up, Rexy? Hi, Teresa, LJ, C-Dub. I was just catching up on last night's live, and here you are. I know you get to see me so much lately. It's crazy. It's so crazy, and I get to see you guys so much. Hi, Coffin Dapper Sooks. What's up, Grace? Hi, Malicious Intent. Hi, Shaz. Hey, Carol. The sweet dude. This name. You kill me with this name. It's like, is it just like president? Is it supposed to be like president? What do I call you? Like, you gotta tell me just a quick, like, what can I call you that's easy? Like Prez? Can I just call you Prez? Hi, MK. What's up, Yaya Kelly? Hey, Todd. Hi, Lynn. Hey, Bonnie. Aaron's gonna go get some rest. Jay Turner. Rexy, look at that. Showing off the 7 months. I love it. Listening in the car. Hi, my love. You can call me whatever you want. I just want to know what it means. I just like, give me some insight. Cement shoes. Trinity. Hey, 10. Hey, Melly, Deborah, Danielle. Hi, Alley Cat. This is my peppermint tea. Jen Lou, I miss your face. I miss you so much. We've got to get back into the same case again so we can spend more time together. Northern Light. Hi, Crime Curious. Yeah, as the Delphi turns. Hi, Julie. You're always so good to my mom. Hey, Kim, Tony. How you be? How you be? I'm fighting this stupid cold. Other than that, I'm like dousing myself with medicine so I can try to enjoy my Thanksgiving holiday. We'll see how it goes. What's up, Angela? Hi, Candace. Happy early Thanksgiving to all of you. K-Bird. I know, I love my Jen Lou. I love Jen Lou. You guys are so focused on the other case. We got to get a case that's going that we're all back together again. Whomever brought up the judge's hospital stay possibly being out has had me thinking. I'm really okay. So I was having a conversation with somebody last night, and they made a really good point. Like, how many people that are in the position of a judge or, you know, anything political or higher up like that, how many times do they actually want the public to know that they are in the hospital? Much less do they want the public to know that they were in the hospital. It's not even a current situation, it's a past situation. So why is there a notification going to news outlets, yesterday or even the day before saying that the judge was in the hospital at the beginning of the month? If nobody knew, why did anybody need to know? Does that make sense? Like, normally anybody that's in like that kind of position isn't trying to get it out, but obviously, like paparazzi and stuff, they're typically on it, but nobody knew she was in the hospital. It was not leaked. It wasn't anything. Somebody from, I don't know if it was her office. I'd have to go back and read it now. Hi, soul sister. Julia Suave. I feel like she's been removed. It made me go, wait a second. That's actually very, very true. Why is it coming out to the public? Why is it purposely being given to the public? Yeah, why would the public? Yeah, and unless she was like in the hospital yesterday. My Sharky soul sister. See ya. Working from home. Yeah. It's in January. Oh, we'll be together for that. You know that one. If it doesn't get postponed. Hi, Queen Elizabeth. What's up, Robin? Hi, Missy Unsolved Crime. So I don't know. It really made me think even more about why were we given the information? What was the point? And then I'm like, hoping for sympathy or compassion. Was it, sweet dude, that's where I'm at. Are we going to get a recusal come day after Thanksgiving due to the recommendation of her doctors that it would be best for her to step down from such a high, intense, stressful situation? Well, they didn't say what she was in the hospital for, so technically no. If they did, then that probably could be. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Was she like, we're going to give you an out here? And they're like, fine, we'll contact the media and let them know that we're sick. It is just very weird, though, because I was like, you're right. I mean, if you guys, I don't know how many you guys follow any of the politics stuff, but like, remember when like Hillary Clinton like essentially passed out like on camera? She like collapsed like getting into her car, and they took her to her daughter Chelsea's apartment, and then like she comes out and she's like, "Hi everybody, look at me, I'm just fine, everything's fine." Like, they don't want anybody to know that there's anything wrong with them. That's the whole that when people think that they get switched with their clone. To go, if you want to go into conspiracy stuff. I'm not going there, though. I'm not going there yet. Does she? Yeah, I know. She's just busting them out. It's like so good. I love Michelle After Dark. Hi, Miss Smith. I'm a little late in the general consensus that he's trying to bow out with dignity and without egg on her face. I don't want anything bad to happen to the woman. And I don't, once again, I don't know her personally, but she's a mom and she's a grandma, and that's not something that I wish on anybody. So, but it is interesting timing. It's interesting that the news got a hold of it yesterday when she was in the hospital back at the beginning of the month. It does seem like a perfect setup for a recusal, but yeah, when they're switched, they switch them out with the clone. Oh, that's possible too. She could have just been drunk. Hi, John. How convenient for her to step down gracefully due to medical condition. Far better option than she gave R&B. So my question would be, if she recuses herself, I think I can answer my own question with this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If she recuses herself, what happens with the second writ that's submitted to the Supreme Court? Does it just go, okay, well, that part's out of it now, but we still need to discuss the other part, which is what I'm thinking the answer probably is. We still need to discuss whether Baldwin and Rosie should be put back on the case. Like, where does that leave everything? Hi, Jinx. BH, this is the beginning of her reason for recusal. It seems very purposeful. this is more mysterious stuff going on with this case. I bet she recused herself. Good excuse to leave. If we hear something on Friday, I'm just going to be like, I don't know. It's going to be kind of just, it'll be, they're not crazy, but like very interesting and just, but it does. It seems like she's teeing up for something. Yeah, nobody knew she was in the hospital. She was already home. She's already working from home. Nobody's paying attention to whether she was in the hospital beforehand or not. And now we all know she's, it's like, oh, we feel bad. My thought on the leaked photos is it was done to bring light to the crime scene and that RA didn't do this alone. I don't know. Possible. Okay, so if I missed you guys in chat, I apologize. Hello to everybody. My perpetual apologies. That just was perfect timing. I'm sorry I had to do it. So just before we get started on the Mitch stuff, I do want to let you guys know, if you guys were in the live yesterday, we talked about the response to the response. And it gets very confusing, and I was doing my best to try to explain it yesterday, but essentially what happened was there's two separate writs. The first writ is for her, is for Judge Gull to basically clean up the case file and put all the stuff in there that's supposed to be in there according to the court rules. And the second writ, which is the one that's pending and her response is due on the 27th, is the one for her recusal and or her disqualification and the reinstatement of Baldwin and Rosie. So we're not talking about the second one right now. We're talking about the first one. The first one is the one that she responded to on the 16th. And so yesterday, the attorneys that had originally filed that writ requested to be able to respond to her response. This gets very confusing. And I was trying to explain a little bit yesterday that they had to actually request the Supreme Court to allow them to respond, because according to the rules, they're not allowed a response. But according to case precedent, which is the most important thing, is case precedent, the Indiana Supreme Court had allowed other people to respond. So they submitted a request to respond, and if that was granted, this was their response. So that's what we went through yesterday. So this morning, the Supreme Court did order that their response was going to be allowed. So everything we read yesterday is now officially put into the case. And like I said, I know it gets very, very confusing because there's a lot of different steps. But so on October 30th, the relator, which is Richard Allen and his attorneys representing him in the first writ, by counsel petitioned for a writ of mandamus and prohibition, seeking relief under the rules of procedure for original actions. On November 16, 2023, respondents by counsel filed a brief opposing the petition. The relator has moved to file a brief replying to the respondent's brief. Does this make sense so far? Although the rules of procedure for original actions do not afford a relator the right to file a reply after the respondents have opposed issuance of a writ, the court retains the authority to permit deviation from the rules and chooses to do so here. Being duly advised, the court grants the relator's motion for leave to respond to the respondent's objections. A lot of respondent relator stuff. The clerk is instructed to file the relator's response to respondent's objections as of the date of this order. So what we read yesterday is now part of the record for the first writ. I wanted to just update you guys because we were talking about it yesterday that it wasn't actually official yet, but we read it, and now it is actually official. It is part of the first writ. So them talking yesterday saying, that it should only fix like 20% of the docket and it was untimely and all that. This does not mean that they've ruled. And so what I was trying to figure out, and maybe somebody in chat actually knows, is how long the Supreme Court has to rule and make their decision. It's typically 10, 20, 30 days, but I don't know particularly with this or in the state of Indiana how long it is. Hi, The Unraveling. Good to see you. So neither writ is done, and now we have this one that's essentially getting all the documentation that it needed, and now the Supreme Court will be able to make its decision. And then the next one, for the second writ, the Judge Gull and her attorneys have until the 27th to submit their response for that. And they could do it the day before. They could do it like they did with this one, 4 o'clock, right before cutoff. We'll see. Most are saying generally around 30 days, but many are anticipating a super speedy response. That's what I'm thinking. Because I know typically with any type of motions like this, it's 10, 20, or 30, and I just don't know. I don't know the particulars. So if most are saying 30, I'm going to go with that too. And it would be 30 days from the response date, I believe. Like if they gave everybody until the 16th to put in all their documentation, it should be 30 days or whatever the time frame is from that date. But I don't know that part yet, so we're going to figure that out. I'm gonna keep digging to see if I can figure out exactly how long they have to make the decision, but it does not look like they're dragging their feet at all. I mean, they're definitely on top of it. And if you guys weren't here for yesterday's live, the biggest takeaway for me was all of the things that Judge Gull is saying are not allowed to be on the docket, and the reason that she's pulling them according to court rules. All of those things are actually in the motions and not redacted and not being pulled from the actual Supreme Court of Indiana. So as she's saying that these things have to be confidential due to court rules, the Supreme Court isn't redacting or saying those things have to be confidential in their own filings. So it was very interesting to me. Hi, Carol Claus. Oh yeah, he's probably already home. 30 days from the 27th. Okay, that's what I'm thinking too. And then for the first one, it would be 30 days from the 16th. Of course, yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. Not surprised by that at all. I mean, it's not. It's not like he actually committed murder. So, just they started home eating sloppy joes. Yeah, I think so too, Kim Kelly. Okay, so I wanted to let you guys know what we read yesterday is now officially part of that case. And then wanted to reread this before we go into what happened. So Mitch Westerman, as you guys all remember, is the one who says that he went into his friend Andrew Baldwin's office and took pictures and took pictures of pictures on the table that had to do with the crime scene. We're told that there is 7 different things. It would be 4 crime scene photos. I don't believe this, and I'll tell you why I don't believe this, but this is what we're hearing. 4 crime scene photos. The 2 additional police sketches and the composite sketches of suspects and the F tree. So that would be the total of 7. Now I have, I know, right? Yeah, it sucks. Like right before Thanksgiving, I'm doing my best. I'm taking like probiotics and vitamin C. And hi, Delaney. Hi, Mez. Bottom jeans and the with the curls. You guys get me singing. Okay. So he's the one who was the friend of Baldwin who goes in. Like, I think I don't need to overly explain it. I think everybody here knows exactly who he is. But I wanted to go back through his affidavit because it's something I keep bringing up that's really bothering me. And it comes now, Mitchell Westerman being first duly sworn under oath and states that the following information is within his personal knowledge and is true to the best of his knowledge. 1, I was in attorney Andrew Baldwin's office building waiting to visit with Andrew. He was in his office either meeting with a client or on the telephone call with the door closed. I went into the conference room to wait. I observed printed copies of photo evidence on the conference room table. I took pictures of a few of them. Andrew Baldwin did not give me permission to take the photos of the printed copies. He was not present, and he did not have any knowledge that I took pictures of the evidence photos. I am freely and voluntarily typing and signing this affidavit on my own accord because it is the truth. So sworn on October 18th of 2023. There's a couple of major problems I have with this. He does not state in his affidavit when he went in there and took the pictures. He doesn't even give a time frame of when he went in there and took the pictures. He does not state in his affidavit that he disseminated the pictures to other people, who those people are, and when he disseminated them to other people. Like in the affidavit, you think those would be a priority? I mean, those would be very important things to know, correct? Now, the defense lawyers, or the Baldwin and Rosie, we'll just go with that, and even and the prosecution are supposedly in agreement that they believe that this happened sometime in August, around the time of the depositions. Around the time of the depositions, these photos were printed out so that the lawyers could question Holman, Liggett, all of them on specific things to do with Odinism stuff. So it kind of makes sense that that would be the right time. But then we have, when we read the transcripts, we have McLellan who's saying that he actually has witnesses there to discuss the fact that this is an ongoing issue, that there is more to this. Well, yeah, I think we're all pretty aware that there's more to this. Now, they're really pushing that there's more to the defense side of it. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's probably more to both sides of it. Because then you also have Rosie, who's like, here, like I have a 10-page affidavit of Holman who's saying that this stuff's been going on for years. But in that, he says this is like an ongoing thing. Well, it makes sense, because if he takes the photos out in August and it's just photos of photos, right? The sketches the sketch photos are pretty damn clear, like somebody sent them on a computer, but that's, you know, the pictures themselves, they don't look the same. And according to, like, when I've asked like questions like with Rick Snay and stuff, he says that the girls' photos were taken like during the day, but the F-tree photo was definitely taken at night. That the photos aren't the same sizes. Like there's many differences. The photos of the sketches don't look like they're photos of photos. But that's, you know, neither here nor there at this point. Hi, Julie. What took him so long to bring in Westerman? He admitted it in October. Yeah, that's one of the things that I have an issue with. So are they using him to get information about how long these leaks have actually been going? And are they, you know, trying to figure out who he actually sent things to? Because he doesn't actually admit to any of that. He doesn't say, this is who I sent anything to. This is not, you know, this is when I sent it. This is who this person told me they sent it to. We don't know anything else. This is a very generic affidavit when it's supposed to be a statement of fact. So just wanted to make sure we went through that before we take a look at his, give me one second, you guys, before we take a look at his arrest documents. Okay, sorry. And hi, everybody that just popped in. Haunted Stella, thank you for sending me healing vibes. I need them. Okay, so Mitch Westerman is the guy that took the photos of the photos from the table. But this does not explain the information part of things. The information being, how did I should have grabbed that screenshot first and I didn't. So give me a second. I'm going to send it to myself so I can show you. How did Gray Hughes, for example, he was live and said that he was told about the Odinism being in the Franks motion weeks before the Franks motion came out. Okay, how? Why? How did they know that? How did they know that that was already coming out? And then give me one second. I'm going to send myself some screenshots so I can show you guys. Maybe I'm going to do that. really have too many screenshots when it comes to this case now. You know, I actually think I might have sent them to Julie. Let me see. Shit. I swear I sent it to somebody. If I send it to you, just send it back to me so I can just grab it from there. I'm sorry, my brain's like fog. There's somebody that was in a Facebook group. Her name is Angie, and she actually put on September 2nd that next week there was going to be a very big filing coming from the defense team about Odinism. Now, how on September 2nd would anybody from a Facebook group know that there was going to be an affidavit coming that had anything to do with Odinism? So like there's definitely been information leaks. So is Mitch a carrier of information that he's continued to give this information to Robert Fortson, who's disseminated it out to, Mark Robert and whomever the female is, supposedly? Is this Angie person the female? I have no idea. I don't know all of those things. But I do find it very, very strange that it's not just these 7 photos. Now, there's another lady that was talking on there. Her name is Sarah, and she actually says that the email that she received had 20 attachments to it, and that Mark didn't receive the file until October 3rd. When I asked her in the Facebook group, how do we know that Mark received anything on October 3rd? I never got a response, surprisingly. So how does she know that Mark received them on October 3rd? And if that's true, he just the next day decides to put the F tree out? I don't know. It just doesn't add up to me. So is this Mitch person, has he been involved in giving information out for a long time? Is the information coming from somewhere else and it's being given out? And the convoluted part and why I struggle with this Mark Robert bit is because he's part of all of these different things. So how in the world is he involved in so many different aspects of so many different leaks and not considered a person of interest when it comes to the leaks? Yeah, it's like a dual leak. Right, yeah, I never got a response from people who have proof. Yeah, when discussing Mark Robert, here, that one I do actually still have right here. I'll read it to you. When you read the email exchange, this is when the emails came out with the attorneys. When you read the email exchange, keep in mind Mark Robert didn't receive the photos until October 3rd of 2023. And I was like, well, how do we know that Mark Robert didn't receive the photos until October 3rd of 2023? And nobody ever answered me. And then the next one was Sergeant, same person, the Sarah person. Sergeant Holman started the investigation in early September. If I can find the article, at first Sergeant Holman thought the leak may have been started with a bad actor that was connected to law enforcement, and he continued the investigation that led him to Baldwin's office. The investigation is not closed as of today. It's still an active, ongoing investigation. Just my personal opinion, if you have anything that I'd consider evidence or discovery, you should immediately contact Jerry Holman. And I'll tell you right now, if I had anything, I would not contact Jerry Holman. But that's me. You guys do what you want. And turn it over before Judge Gohl hands down contempt of court punishments. How would anybody know that there's an investigation into leaks that Jerry Holman is doing back in September? How do you know that Jerry Holman is investigating leaks in September? Unless you're, one, being investigated for having information, so that you know it's being investigated because they contacted you because you're part of the leak, or you have inside information from Jerry Holman. This says Mark Robert received the photos and documents prior to the judge, prosecutor Baldwin, and Rosie email. Started on, believe, 10/6. There were different emails that were sent to different people. Like mine and Mark's had approximately 20 attachments. Some emails only had 4 or 5 attachments. Some emails had encrypted emails. Also, again, I'm encouraging anyone that is in possession of any of these photos or documents, do the right thing and report it to ISP and destroy the photos and the documents. What documents? Where's that coming from? Oh, Seth. Thank you, honey. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Thank you for that. So what documents now? What documents are out there? Are we talking about the Discovery Index, or are we talking about something else? And how does this person have access to this information? Do the right thing, report it to ISP, destroy the photos and the documents. The investigation is still ongoing, and you certainly could be charged with interfering in a criminal investigation. Also, Judge Gold can pull you into a court hearing and put you under oath. Richard Allen deserves a fair trial, and if removing one team of attorneys with another is Judge Gold's duty, blah, 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 blah. Very pro-prosecution, very pro-law enforcement type of people. They both are. So if they're very pro, and this is where my struggle has been with the whole Mark Robert thing, is because I think he plays both sides of the fence when it comes to whether Richard Allen is innocent or guilty. How are people that are so pro-prosecution getting information when it comes to the defense team? Who's giving them the defense information? And so Robert Fortson is, and these people are the same ones that originally, when the leak came out, these are the same exact people that immediately posted that Robert Fortson had committed suicide and that he was working with the investigator for the defense team. Now, if he's working for the investigator for the defense team, and then you have a private investigator named Jason Jensen who says he's the investigator for the defense team, is Fortson working with him? Is Mark working with him? Is Mark using Robert to get the information? Or is the information just coming straight from Holman or law enforcement? And then they want to make it so convoluted that it's like, oh, look, see, it's, you guys will never figure it out because we put out 50,000 different stories, so you'll never know which one's true. That's bothersome to me. Hi, Shane. Oh, KW10, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. Princess Megan Elsa has arrived. I need a flowchart to understand who all these people are. LOL, I'm new to all this. Miss Smith, and I'm not new to all this, and I still need a damn flowchart. I got you, I know. Yeah, and Mark stays silent and just talks in the background. How do you investigate the internet for the past 5 years of leaks? That's also a very great question. Okay, yeah. I mean, they try to make it so cut and dry that it's like, oh, no, I have all these witnesses here that are going to come forward. I'm playing Nick McClelland, by the way. I have all these witnesses here that are going to come forward, and they're going to tell you that this defense team has been leaking stuff forever. But then nobody can explain how stuff has been leaked from even before that. And then if you try to bring that up, people just say, well, there was no gag order in place. But if I try to say there was no gag order in place when the defense team created their press release, people get mad at me. You can't have it both ways. It's very easy to get lost. Oh, you did? Yeah, that's what I got right now. This stupid California cold. Hi, hybrid. Ariel. Because they lied. And I'm sorry if any, I'm not trying to be, I don't know these people as human beings. They're probably great. Maybe they're great human beings. I'm not saying that. But the fact is that they lied. They said they contacted the prosecution and that they contacted the defense team. They didn't. They contacted only Jerry Holman and then went and sat down with them. Why would they create a false narrative? Hi, Art of Deduction. Why? Yeah, I don't, because he's been a source for a long time. This is the only, and until somebody can prove that differently to me, that's the only thing that actually adds up and makes sense. Why do people continuously keep saying that they're contacting the defense team when they're completely pro-prosecution? And we know this. We know that Murder Sheet is completely pro-prosecution, that they're not advocating here for Richard Allen, or they're not advocating for Richard Allen's defense. So you think that they're contacting the defense team? And if they are, then how is Rosie so blindsided on the 6th when he should have known 24 hours in advance along with Nick McLeland? And why isn't the judge blindsided as well? Because she was already contacted 24 hours ago by Nick McLeland. That's why she already knows all this stuff. And she's like, I hope that you guys have talked to this Snay person and this Murder Sheet people. I firmly believe, and okay, and somebody just, I want to preface this by saying everybody's history and everything that people have been through creates how we see situations today, right? Everything I've been through in my life creates how I see things today. Everything you've been through creates how you see things today. And why I like that there's people who see things differently, because we can come together and kind of piece it together in a manner that actually makes sense. Because for me, what I see, and I say this quite often, is if you have a person who is giving you information, then you have to stick with that person, and you have to almost feed the ego, and you have to feed that narrative that person's giving you. Otherwise, guess what happens? That person stops giving you information. That person is no longer your source. I lived that with the Watts case. So my history and things I've been through, I see it. This is how I see this. Now, that doesn't mean you guys can't see it differently. Because your perspective, yeah, every perspective is unique. And so that's why I like talking things through with you guys. But for me, I cannot see another reason that anybody is going to create what a great guy Mark is. And if you notice, there was like 6 different places that were talking about what a good guy, like literally verbatim, the same words, what a good guy Mark Robert was. And I'm like, I don't even know the dude. Why do I have to believe that he's a good guy? So they're like, why push that on me? I don't think Mark is a good guy. And I don't want to use Mark for any information, so I'm not going to lie and say that I do think he's a good guy. I'll take a pass on that. I mean, if you like Mark, then that's totally fine. But I'm just saying, for me personally, I'm not going to do that. I don't think this person is a good guy. He may be a great husband. He may be a great dad. He may be a great employee. But when it comes to the circumstances where I hear about Mark Robert is not a great guy. That's where I'm at with it. And until something is shown to me to be different, that's where I stand. And if I change my mind, you guys will be the first to know. I think he's a great manipulator. And I think that he's lied a lot to different people to get what he wanted. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Yeah, and not a great friend. And this Mitch guy, also not a great friend. Somebody wants to tell me what a great guy Mitch is, I'm going to tell you the same thing. Mitch is not a good guy. Might be, I'm not even going to say he's a great husband, because from what I don't even know if it's true, but I'm hearing he's got a girlfriend and a wife, and so I can't even claim that. But no, this is a disaster. This whole thing is a disaster. So I don't think this Mitch guy is a great guy either. Yeah, how's he a good guy? I don't know. Who's Mitch and who's Mark? Mitch is the person who took the photos at Baldwin's office, according to Mitch himself. Now, I don't know if I agree with that because nobody can come to me with the exact same story. No, okay, I shouldn't say I don't agree with it. This is a small potato compared to what I really think. Hi, Bushi. Yeah, I can see you, honey. This is a small potato in comparison to what I think is really going on, which is a leak of a lot more information than just these few photos. But this is just what this piece of this puzzle is. That's it. I don't know if he disseminated the photos because from what I know, what I've been told is that two people were given the photos from Robert Fortson. That's what and it was Mark and a female. That's right. So did the female send it out? Did Mark send it out? I don't know that. Nobody's ever shown me emails to prove to me who sent what. But then, I mean, this is a small potato piece of a leak, of the leaks in general. Then you've got the bigger picture of all the leaks, and that's where I'm at, and why I struggle with Mark, because Mark is a part of every single one of those. I don't know if Mitch is. I don't know if Robert Fortson was. If I find out they were, then I'm going to say the same thing. That's where we're at with that part of it. But this isn't new. This has been going on a really long time. Okay, well, I haven't read that yet, Jiu-Jitsu. Then don't get too far ahead of me. I haven't got there yet. To be continued. Yeah, I'm ready for, I mean, I'm open to different information, but oh, prepping for tomorrow. Prepping for tomorrow. Do you think that Baldwin knows the truth about the photos not coming from his friend, but he's going to just go along until he can blow the whistle on the really guilty ones? Well, I actually do believe that this small piece of this pie did come from this circumstance. Because this is, I mean, if it didn't, this is like elaborate to go through. And now that Mitch has been arrested, he's not going to want that on his record, especially when his last job was that he was part of, an ethics committee. So he's not going to want that on his record to begin with. I mean, does he think he's going to get off? He's not an attorney, so he's not going to get disbarred. So this small piece, yes, but I still am at the point where I think all of these photos, I'm not sure they're from the same source, or I'm not sure they're from the same leak. And like I said, that Sarah chick's like, oh no, my email had 20 attachments. Okay, well, we don't have 20 photos of anything. So what else you got? And then how are you connected to Mark? Because they're connected to each other too, because they're conversing back and forth and sharing information. I don't think he ever said who it was. I think people thought that he was talking about a lady named Christine, but Christine worked for the investigative team that was working supposedly for the defense team. Yep. Yeah. Hi, the Rockaways, by the way. Yeah. Because it does. It predates it predates them. And I think that for as many people who, want to give Skip a hard time, that was essentially what he came on here and proved, was that this guy had information that predated the defense attorneys even being defense attorneys. So people turn around and or give him a hard time. And I know that it was, he talked in circles a little bit. And I think that's just part of the personality. So people gave him a really hard time about that. But ultimately, his whole point of being here was just to show Mark's own words and how Mark says, I have all of this information that I got from a Carroll County employee. And this is back in September, before there was even an arrest. So that's why I went live the next day. I wanted to make sure that you guys saw the clear picture of what was being shown, that this guy has been part of leaks long before there was a defense team. And so if we want to believe that Robert Fortson knew Mitch Westerman and Mitch Westerman took the photos, we have to understand that there's a separate issue because this guy who's involved in all the other leaks had information before there was a Robert Fortson or a Mitch Westerman or a Baldwin's law firm. Yeah, well, because he plays all the different sides. I totally agree. Somehow he finds out that Brandon Woodhouse has this index that he was accidentally given, and then he's over immediately messaging Brandon Woodhouse so that he can get that information. And in doing so, he has to say that he believes that Richard Allen is innocent. Yeah, don't say it. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Okay, so let's read through this because I know some of you guys have already read it anyway. I haven't, so I want to read through it. So this is all of his charging docs, and he was actually brought in yesterday. So did he already, is anybody sure that he already got out on bond? Because I have not looked at that. Is it possible? Yeah, he could have gone to court today. Or if they really wanted to be mean, they could have held him until after the holiday. And I don't know that they did that. But I don't, if somebody may already have that answer, and I haven't looked to see if he actually went to court today. The only reason he was arrested was to strong arm evidence of Baldwin's gross negligence to use in support of Gall. Nobody ever gets arrested for this chicken shit stuff. Right. Oh, Skip. No apologies necessary. It was very overwhelming. It was a very big, overwhelming day, and a lot was going on before that live. And I said that the next day too. It was intentional to try to get everybody off their toes. But the takeaway still should be the same. Yeah, exactly. Oh, good point, Ariel. Thank you for setting me straight. That's a good point. My question, if we assume CC employee was leaking for a long time, i.e. MS, etc., is why to push the case along and force info into public or for nefarious reasons. I've wondered this, Hybrid. I really have, because is it somebody who, and is it more than one person? Because, you know, we've heard the conversations, and one of the reasons I want to talk about Mike Thomas here soon is we've heard the disgruntled, you know, didn't win the election, got demoted theory. We've heard that there's another employee that was at Carroll County, was promised a job and wasn't given it, a nice cushy 9-to-5 job, and wasn't given it. So they turned and gave the information out. I'm not sure there's any proof to back up any of these things quite yet. And there's definitely some solid theory behind them. So is it somebody who doesn't like the direction of the case and realized, hey, wait a minute, these guys aren't, you know, they're not doing the right thing, or they're not looking in the right direction, or does it happen during the almost 2-year lull where nothing was really happening with the case and people were trying to get it to move along and get information out there? Is that what happened, like with the Barbara McDonald stuff? If you want my just opinion, and I'll just throw a wild opinion out there, I think there's a whole bunch of people involved. I think there's information coming from all different avenues and being fed to all different people. Okay, so let's look at this for a second. It's to push the evidence of Baldwin's gross negligence to use in support of Gall. I also think, is it a power play on behalf of Gall? Because like she said, you know, she wants to hold these people in contempt of court that have the photos. I just want to be very clear. I have no idea how she would ever possibly be able to do that. You think that if Joe Lewis in Australia has the photos, she's going to go get him and bring him to court? No, she can't. That's not. It's just it's a nice threat to use, and as we know, law enforcement can lie to us and say they're going to do these things. I don't know what they would charge Mark with. Dissemination of stolen property, if he was the one who did a mass email, maybe. But let's go. We'll go through Mitch's arrest information, and then we can kind of decide what would they even charge Mark with. And he's in a different state. So are you going to bring him to Indiana? Yep. It was a premeditated plan of leak that they decided to hold back on. And it wasn't one, it was a we. And not a we the public, it was a we specific. I get everything up into the Texas connection. Well, there's a few people that were involved in this case that happened to move to Texas. Now, did they move to the same area? I'm not sure. But there is a couple people, ironically, that are involved in the case that happened to move to Texas. I mean, it is 7 years, almost 7 years later, so people do move. Are they connected there? Then there's the weird comment that Mark makes to Skip about how they're connected through the death of a child, and how that kind of doesn't really make sense. And then I was thinking, okay, if it was an ex-cop that committed suicide, does that tie into the Nate guy, the Carroll County Sheriff Nate that committed suicide and happened to also be Pat Brown's alibi for where he was on the 13th? Does that tie together? There's so much. There's so much. And I know people are like, I'm fucking lost. I can't even handle it. Okay, so type of proceeding: criminal procedure. Prosecuting attorney is a special prosecutor, Lindsay Holden K. Will the state accept service? Yep. Dun, dun, dun. Motion to keep arrest warrants and charging information confidential. Important to keep the information in probable cause affidavit, charging information confidential. This is beforehand. Here's the case number. I think that's got an address on it, so I just want to go by really quickly. I don't want to be doxing anybody. Okay, so here's your affidavit of probable cause. And this guy's name just kills me. I'm just going to be honest with you. It just kills me. I, Benjamin Rector, being duly sworn upon oath, states that, 1, I am employed as a law enforcement officer with the Indiana State Police. My current assignment is a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division. 2, law enforcement was advised that on or about October 5th, 2023, that evidence from the murder case of State of Indiana versus Richard Allen had been released to the public. There is currently an order from the court in that case prohibiting the release of evidence to the public. Law enforcement was made aware that this evidence may have been obtained illegally and began an investigation. Law enforcement was able to retrieve the evidence from the creators of a podcast, Murder Sheet, who stated that they got the evidence from an individual in Texas, Mark. Indiana State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman was able to identify the individual in Texas as Mark Robert Cohen. Mark Cohen was interviewed, and law enforcement obtained screenshots of messages between Mark Cohen and an individual named Robert Fortson. Robert Fortson and Mark Cohen have various discussions about various pieces of evidence involved in the Richard Allen case. I, Indiana State Police Detective Ben Rector, was assigned to assist in the investigation. As a part of the investigation, Affiant completed interviews with attorneys Brad Rosie and Andrew Baldwin on October 12th concerning the evidence that was taken without consent in regards to the representation of Richard Allen. Affiant previously knew that Rosie and Baldwin were attorneys which were assigned to represent Richard Allen in his criminal charges. 4, during the course of the interview with Andrew Baldwin, Detective Rector learned that Baldwin is an associate of Mitchell Westerman. Baldwin has known Westerman for several years, and Westerman was previously employed by Baldwin's law firm. Westerman is no longer employed by the law firm. However, he still routinely stops by the firm to visit with staff and Baldwin. On Monday, October 9th, 2023, Westerman contacted Baldwin around 4 p.m. and requested to meet with him. They met at Baldwin's office shortly afterwards, and Westerman told Baldwin that he had used his cellular phone to take photographs of photographs which were in Baldwin's conference room area. The photographs depicted the crime scene related to the criminal charges against Richard Allen. Westerman stated that he had done this a couple of months prior and that he had shared them with an individual named Robert Fortson. Through the course of the investigation, law enforcement learned that Fortson shared those photos with another individual in Texas, Mark Cohen. Cohen then shared them with various creators of YouTube channels and podcasts. All right, Jiu-Jitsu, here you go. But good guy, Mark Cohen, only sent them the murder sheet, you guys. The charges conversion. Yes, that's what it's called. Digital. Yep. Thank you. In 1960. And a couple of months prior. So this was on October. So he's saying that, a couple of months prior would probably be August. Timing kind of lines out with what the photos were that the defense team and the investigators said were the same photos that were on the table when they were given the depositions. I'm not reading. This is my own talking, by the way. Murder Sheet needs to probably stop talking about the Delphi case, if you want my personal opinion, because now they are part of the case. They absolutely need to look into these guys' financials. So he shared them with various creators of YouTube and podcasts. And it doesn't say that anybody else got them. So this fictional person doesn't exist. This female person doesn't actually exist. Is that what I'm understanding here? Oh, hi, Christine. I didn't see you pop in. Right. Because there's more to it. Because on YouTube he said, and I'm still nobody's been able to prove to me that it's not him, and I'm telling you I do believe it's him. He told Snay in his comment section, I got them from the Yellow app. I got them from the Yellow app back in April or May. Which is why I think there's more than one set of photos. That there's different pieces of photos. There's different types of photos, there's just different photos. That's what I believe. So we know that Robert Fortson's sister-in-law was in Facebook groups. She was in Delphi Facebook groups. She was following the case very heavily. When there was an arrest made, she posted on her personal Facebook page about the arrest. And Robert Fortson commented, I hope they take him in and grill him to figure out if he's connected to anything else like the Evansdale murders. So at first, they were all on board with that this guy was guilty. That they got the right guy. They were like, yes, today's the day. Today's the day. Hi, Kel. MS, yeah. They probably should be. They're supposed to be doing restaurant murders, aren't they? Hey, Star Girl. This is what I'm thinking. There's document photos out there too. And this Sarah chick that's in the Facebook groups is saying that her email had 20 attachments. Christine, ATS and I have been trying to figure that out. I don't know. Does anybody in chat know? Did Fortson work at the same base that they took Keegan Klein to be interviewed? Yeah, and Tobe thanked them too. Tobe was like, yeah, they're doing such a good job with integrity. Like journalists should or some bullshit like that. Sounds like a plan after too many on SM had indications that shit, my pop-up happened. Indication that MRC had forgotten he told a few about having crime scene photos last year. How fitting they would change the story to RF gave them to our MRC. Right. And also, he tells Skip that he has photos of what looks like indentations or indentions of a tripod. And when he gets these new photos, he tries to say that he was just wrong about that. He was just wrong about that. He thought it was tripod indentions. He says that like when we pull up his old Twitters, or not old Twitter, his old Reddit accounts. That's what he says on Reddit. I'm like, wait a minute. You said you had photos of that. So now are you just lying about having photos? Or you were just wrong about your interpretation of the photos? Yeah. In all fairness, MSM dipped from all platforms on local level a decade ago. Folks like MS happily filled the void. That's true. But I think as listeners, we have to be more diligent in expecting that people give us receipts of the information that they're talking about, and not taking that information and just being like, yeah, it must be true because Murder Sheet said it. Where's the red Jeep? Wait, nobody's ever talked about that. Yeah, there's lots of backpedaling to make it a simple leak from Baldwin's office, and it's bullshit. It's not just a simple leak from Baldwin's office. There may still be a leak from Baldwin's office, and I think this is real, but it is not. It's not a singular event. Do you think so, Ivy Rose? That's possible. And just lying and manipulating? Well, I mean, yeah, good guy there. It's very possible. Anybody who thinks it's bigger, stupid freaking pop-up on my computer. You're really irritating me. Anybody who thinks it's a bigger deal than arrest him, you're wrong. That charge, I'm assuming you mean, carries a year to 6 months typically on probation. He doesn't really have too bad of a criminal history, though, so he'll probably just get a bond and probation, but you never know. He should have been charged with a felony. I'm going to change my name to Noe Westerman, see if I can get some conversion charge. I'll do conversion all day long. It might be a little easier. Is MS the commonality in all this, or just a coincidence? No shade, genuine question. In my opinion, as of right now, they are definitely a common denominator, along with Mark Robert. And what I see with the Mitch and the Robert Forts and stuff is individual until I learn more, which I'm still trying to figure it all out. I don't have all the answers, so please don't think I'm giving you all the answers because I don't have them to give you. And then it's just so weird because like the Westermans are connected to like the Fields and the Abrams. How does that make sense? I mean, I get just a common name in the Midwest, maybe. Hold on really quick, you guys. My daughter just got back from the orthodontist, so she was checking in with me. Why is his attorney not doing all the documents and the talking? Why is his attorney not doing all the documents and talking? Like Mitch Westerman's? Well, remember the first one that he got apparently left and said, I'm not going to do this. And he had to get a different attorney. Now I think it's possible that he was being blackmailed from higher ups, if you know what I mean. Or was he playing around? I mean, there's still more to the story. Was he playing around, and is what he was saying about being on the Yellow app and all this other stuff that he was getting him from very bad places back in April or May? Is that true? And is that part of, what he actually had and didn't want out there? I think Ellie leaking to MS and other journalists needs to be investigated. I agree with you, Chelsea. Problem is, they feel like they're the ones who should do the investigating instead of an outside entity. You still have all the exact same people who are the defense team is saying are shady and doing things to lie on affidavits and lie in probable cause and search warrants to get information, and then we're turning it over to those very same people and saying, hey, you should investigate who's leaking. Duh, you're the ones leaking. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. We'll never see anything. Yellow app is supposedly something that's more dark web-ish. I have never played around on anything dark web, so I don't really know. But when I look it up, that's where I kind of get to. It's supposed to be, or it's supposed to be like a message, maybe a messaging app that's not traceable. I don't really, so I think there's like different levels of dark web stuff. Like I don't, like I said, I don't know. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk about something I have really no clue, and I probably should not say anything about because I'm not familiar enough and have never gone there. He says it's the yellow app, though. That's what he said on Rick Snake's comments. And I showed all those messages on one of my lives. I don't know if I even have them accessible to show you guys now. I think it's like some version of like maybe a WhatsApp, but it's like dirtier stuff. Somebody in chat might know. It was an app that had no age restrictions that kids sent pics and videos. There you go. All right. It was like not, yeah, it was encrypted, not really traceable from my understanding. And it sounds very sketch. Piper, yes, we'll leave it at that. It sounds very sketch. Okay, so where were we at here? Okay, so he sent them to various creators of YouTube channels and podcasts. What do you think the narrative is going to be now about that Mark only sent him to Murder Sheet? Baldwin stated that based on the timing of events, he believed that there was in fact crime scene photos from the Richard Allen case in the conference room when Westerman visited his office. He also stated that there would have been side-by-side photographs which were previously used by the defense team in depositions. The photographs that Baldwin described are consistent with photographs the affiant has viewed, which were released of the crime scene. Baldwin stated that he did not authorize Westerman to take these photographs. Wait. Side-by-side photographs. I don't believe that anybody who got them ever said anything about them being side-by-side photographs. Has viewed, which were released of the crime scene. Baldwin stated that he did not authorize Westerman to take these photographs. During an interview with Rosie, he also indicated that he did not authorize Westerman to take the photographs. Rosie further concluded that he believed that Westerman's taking of the photographs constituted theft because he did not believe that anyone had authorized Westerman to take the photographs. An affidavit was also provided to Allen County Judge Gold, which states the following. Comes down, we already read that, so I'm not going to read it again. Affiant further believes that the above-mentioned facts establish probable cause to believe that Mitchell Westerman has committed the act of conversion. And I'll pull this up just so we can read through exactly what it states as the statute. Okay, so it says, a person who knowingly or intentionally exerts unauthorized control over the property of another person commits criminal conversion, a Class A misdemeanor. That's what the statute is in Indiana. Okay, let's see what else is down here. Sealed. The special prosecutor, Lindsay Holden. It's just interesting. They also brought in a special prosecutor for this. Probable cause, $1,000 surety, $250 cash only. That's a pretty easy bond. Here's the motion to unseal the arrest warrant. Here's the order unsealing the arrest warrant. And there you go. There you have it. So what I'm gathering then is there is no other person that Robert Fortson sent them to. Are you guys in agreement with that based on what we're reading here? The only person that Robert Fortson sent them to was Mark Robert. And that means that Mark Robert is the only one who sent them out to people. Now, does that mean that those people didn't send them out to other people? Obviously, we know that that's probably exactly what happened. So, LE new photos were out there, and MW used to get in Baldwin's office, sent to RF, and get to the already known leaker, MRC, who could then try and say he just got them on or after 10/3. Look here, not there. Or that's possible, or it's just orchestrated that everything Mark Roberts got going on. Hi, Ruckus. I respectfully disagree. Always. I still like you, Ruckus, even if we don't agree on all things. Holman did this investigation, correct? Anyone who thinks he's corrupt and a liar shouldn't take this PCA as fact, right? Or are we cherry picking what he says is fact now? This is from Benjamin Rector. This affidavit. ISP still, but not Holman. Maybe ISP has been looking at Fortson's electronics, as they probably are, without a doubt. And if there was another person that they were sent to, this is from Mitch, though. So then, like, the thing becomes, would we ever find out if Fortson sent them on? Well, we would, because it's put in here that he sent them to Mark. So they would put in there that he sent them to multiple people, just like they put in here that Mark sent them to multiple people. It should exonerate the defense, except for the negligence that Judge Gull is trying to insinuate that she, found, quote unquote, with the defense team, is a long-standing issue where she's had problems with multiple things that they've done. And then with this, just being negligent that they had some guy in their, or that Baldwin had some guy in his office that shouldn't have been able to even have access to the photos. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they all know each other, because, I mean, it's not like a huge community. I mean, it's the state of Indiana, but they all have connections. Leaks happen all the time, though, regarding all levels of government. As it really that big of a deal? I've never thought it was. I've never really thought it was that big of a deal when it comes to what, like, the photos and things like that got out. I don't think it's necessarily that big of a deal, because it's not like evidence was tampered with, which then I would think is a very big deal. These are just photographs. And I know that the content of the photographs causes a different reaction in people, but truly they are still just photographs. They are not the physical evidence that anybody is going to be using. Does it taint a jury pool? There's so much already out there. Does that taint the jury pool? Because if that's the argument, then we do have to look at everything that has been put out there before. That's hard, but I guess they need to make a show of it, yeah. The difference in this situation is the protective order. Well, then we have to go back and argue the fact that she's trying to say they've committed some form of gross negligence all the way back to November. Well, you can't, because then when they put that statement out, the press release they put out, she's trying to use against them, but there was no protection order then either. And there is somewhat of a protection order on specific parts. And one of them was essentially the crime scene and like the autopsies of the girls, because Frank sent me the emails that he had with the coroner's office, and the reply to him was that they were under a gag order. So it may not have been a gag order like we're seeing here, but it's definitely still, I mean, there's still a judge that was signing off that you cannot share information, like certain information. It wasn't as broad as it is now. It wasn't to the families and things like that. Yeah, that's dumb. Well, a lot of what her issues are is dumb. Her saying that the Frank's memorandum is an issue because the girls' names were in there, when we can show that there was plenty of stuff released after the gag order that had the girls' names in there. And then we go back to the fact that and I hate being just so grotesque about it, but the girls are deceased. They don't have rights. They lose that right. So it doesn't really, that argument doesn't work there either. And when you look at the statutes and the state law, it doesn't show that they have to be redacted. So she can't just determine that that's why she decided to make it sealed. What judge allows longstanding issues to slide until she's had enough and then bring it all back around that she failed to act upon all the time? Now she mentions a year of gross negligence. Well, because she needed to be able to support her quote unquote finding that she was finding them grossly negligent so they could be removed. So she just used all the things that pissed her off. But it's not her job to agree with the way that they defend their client. And it's not her job to agree with the way that McClellan represents the state. They have to do it legally, but there's nothing illegal about it. Rockaways, I completely agree with you. Yep, that was sealed. So and so were things about the crime scene, because even if you go back and you listen to like things like that Robert Ives said, you know, he makes comments about the crime scene, but he refuses to actually talk too much about it. And not necessarily because he's gagged, but because they have essentially gagged themselves. And this is the point that I try to make all the time, is if as law enforcement, you're trying to play things close to the vest because you do not want false confessions, and whoever does confess, you want them to come forward and actually say, you know, this is the piece of information nobody would know, then why would there be any small bits of information being released to any journalist or any human being outside of that circle of people? Because now once it gets out, you've diminished anything that you just said you were trying to do. So if it is out, and like Barbara McDonald says, hey, you know, I have my sources that are close to LE. Murder Sheet continuously says they're sources that are close to LE. And that's what I'm ready for. I'm ready to find out exactly who else there was, Ruckus. And I'm not saying I don't believe you, but I'm saying I need the proof. And once the proof is out there, I'll absolutely back that up. But as of right now, this actually, and I've always thought that it was said that Robert Fortson sent them to two people. You'll have heard me repeat that repeatedly, yes. But here it's not saying that. It's saying that Cohen shared them with various creators of YouTube channels and podcasts. So will it come out that Mark Cohen is the only one? Because that's right now what it looks like. I think the general public has a hard time separating feelings from legal processes. The photo leak is awful, but not grounds for a DQ without proper hearing and notice of that hearing in writing. 1,000 bazillion% agree. Now, if the photos, let's say the photos were just the F tree, and they were just maybe the two sketches, you know, the composite sketches that were done. Maybe it was just those three photos. Where would people fall in how they feel about, you know, how far justice should go for the people who leaked just those three things? Because it's essentially still the same. It's still the same situation. But because it's the crime scene photos and it's of the girls, it becomes like next level, but legally it's still the same thing. And this is exactly Chelsea's point. But if it was just those three photos, would anybody care? Would we be where we are now? What's up, Johnny? For that charge, the PCA only needs to state he obtained the photos and shared with Forts, and that's enough. That's all it needed to say, but it says more. But you're right. That's all it needed to say. But it says more. It says that Cohen then shared them with various creators of YouTube channels and podcasts. And this is somebody who's looking at the devices, who's talking about that they're looking at the information. That like the pictures that Baldwin is talking about are the same ones that he has seen that are being shared. And he's saying, this Rector guy is saying that Mark's the one that shared them. Hey, Sleuth Intuition, good to see you. I care about justice for Libby and Abby, and if RA doesn't get a fair trial, that's never going to happen. Right. And don't take it that means that I think that the guy is innocent. But when we kind of talked about this yesterday too, it's like, that's not where we're at currently. It's not even about if he's innocent or guilty. And I don't want to jump that far ahead, because if there is all this other evidence that I keep hearing about, then the guy essentially would be guilty. But that's not where we're at, because what's going to happen is this whole thing's going to end up thrown out, or it's going to be caught up in appeals in legitimate appeals, not just the appeals process, where he could potentially get a new trial. TMS also said that Mark was uncomfortable having the photos. He gave the photos to them so they could take it to LE, which I've always had a problem with too, because that doesn't make sense to me. This guy wasn't new to the case. He wasn't new to the protocols. There's no reason he couldn't have contacted law enforcement. I know who I would contact. You know what I mean? Like, I know the people that are involved in the case. I followed the case for a while. I know the people that are involved. I would know essentially the direction to go to contact people. I would not contact Murder Sheet. And he may regret that. Because it became more of a spectacle on social media. I don't know. I think the PCA for conversion only needs to say that he took the photo, not necessarily that he sent them to anyone else. Well, and that's probably true too, but they're saying that he sent them. He sent them to Robert Fortson. Robert Fortson sent them to Mark Cohen. Mark Cohen sent them to YouTubers and podcasters. The right people will never be held accountable, in my opinion. All the evidence in Indiana will continue on. All the violence in Indiana will continue on. I don't know how I thought that said evidence. I can't even read. MS said former LE that worked on Delphi gave the red Jeep info. Red herring, I should say. Do you think that would be intentional to draw out more of a confession from the people that, like the Kleins? So I always struggle with the Klein stuff because I only know the surface of it, because I never really thought they had anything to do with anything besides maybe selling an account to somebody or using the information after the fact. But I didn't think they weren't involved in the actual murder. So I've always kind of just I've just read about them. I've never dug into any of that kind of stuff. So do you think, Shane, that it's possible that law enforcement gave that information to Murder Sheet with the intent of Murder Sheet putting it out there in hopes it would get to them and they'd say, holy shit, they have our Jeep there? They know our Jeep was there? Like, to push a confession? Because if that's the case, then that is absolute shill material right there. That's what I thought. I've always heard there was another female. I'm curious why they did not put that here. Hi, Amanda. Hey, T, I'm working nights and everyone wake up. Something else happened. I'm starting from the beginning. Much love. Welcome in. So was he arrested for stealing the photos or sharing, or both? He was arrested for conversion. And that statute is that he went in there and he took the photos, that he took photos of photos. That's what he was actually arrested for. And then it just tells us what he did with the photos after. Ooh, be safe. Mark mentioned to me possessing crime scene photos with the intent on leaking on numerous occasions. What he never said was that he was uncomfortable, and he never mentioned Ellie. I agree. MS tricked Mark into thinking that he was in trouble. I believe that 1,000%. I absolutely believe that. That he was going to be in trouble. And they essentially end up saying that in their later episodes of, like, the Mark sent them to them, and once they saw them, they were like, oh, what, we've got to do something about this. They needed an explanation as to how MRC got the photos. Too little, too late. Very sad. It felt even more suspicious that it ended up how it did if he was seeking help. Did Kilt say he was seeking help and I missed it? There's more to the story there, and I don't know. I can sit here and conjecture all day long about what I think it actually has to do with. But having one of my best friends that committed suicide, I'm telling you right now, you just, the mental state, it's like you're trying to uncover something that just has so many layers to it. You'll never be able to figure out why somebody did something, and you can never ask them because they're gone. You can only just surmise what you think happened. And I could come up with 1,000 theories. But it's just, you'll never ever know. Hi, Tornado Artists. Conversion criminally is interesting, but makes more sense because conversion destroys the value of the evidentiary photos because now cannot be used for corroboration. Well, that's an interesting perspective. Conversion criminally is interesting, but makes more sense because it destroys the value of the evidentiary photos. Can you elaborate on that and what you mean by that? Hey, Lambert. Hey, Mitch, Mama. Me too. Got to go back and catch what the hell's going on. I know. It won't surprise me at all if Mark was who sent them to multiple content creators, then those people shared to more people and so on. And it wouldn't surprise me if Mark sent them to 2 people and then one of those people sent them on to other people, because that's just how it works. You know, I have one, that's all, once again, that's just me guessing at how things could have gone. I have no freaking idea. Hi, Mind of Monsters. Yeah, who will be next? Will anybody be next? What would be the charges if there was another person? Because that's kind of the thing. People are like, is anybody else going to be arrested? Would Robert have been arrested? I'm under the impression that no, he wouldn't. And I mean, what are you going to get him with? Possession of stolen property? Stolen? I don't know how you'd even charge him. And this is how I feel about like everybody else who got the photos after. What charges would you even put on them? Hi, Nancy. You know, and I don't disagree with you, but I'm almost kind of thinking now at this point, like the comment that Rosie made in those transcripts about if the trial was just going to be coming up in January, all this information is going to come out anyway. Why not just let it take its course and let the trial happen? And then all this leak stuff wouldn't be relevant. Except for, would we want all the people involved in the leak stuff held accountable? And it's like a catch-22, because now look where we are. Now, trying to hold these people accountable for leaking information has now pushed back justice for Libby and Abby, which is the whole reason we were here to begin with. So now, like, what are we looking for? Justice for the photos of Libby and Abby that are just photos? It becomes so convoluted, and I don't know the right answer. Nope, don't know anything about that woman. I don't, anyway. Yeah, and then somebody told me they actually did an interview with some girl. that would be in like that I needed to go listen to. So I got to go back to their old stuff, I guess. Like I said, I never really listened to a ton of the stuff about the Kleins. I just didn't. It's kind of when I walked away and I was like, I don't really think this has anything to do with anything. I don't think they're gonna find the killer this way. So I didn't dig too far. I think Snae's anonymous woman source was just one of Mark's umpteen alt accounts. Jake Turner, it's a very big possibility. Fortson implied to many that he was an attorney and on the short list to represent Allen. What? For real, Ruckus? Where's that at? The guy's not an attorney. I thought that the whole thing was that he was supposedly working with the investigator. I thought that was the whole background of Fortson, was telling people he was working with the investigator of the case, for the defense team. Did anyone hear that Ellie Holman hired a couple tubers? Hold on. Did anyone hear that Ellie Holman hired a couple tubers to find intel against Baldwin to promote leaks, supposedly a hacker? No, I have not heard that. I can imagine that being said, though. I've not heard it, though. I have no factual basis behind that to agree or disagree. Yeah, it'll drive you crazy if you spend too much time trying to figure out why. And it's typically the person that you don't expect it to be. Ruckus. I know we don't agree on everything, but I really do. I like your personality, so that's really more important to me. I don't care if we agree on this case, because the next one we'll probably totally agree on, and it's how it goes. I'm sorry to hear that. My brother, who I never met, because I didn't know I had another brother. When I found out that I had a niece, my brother, who would have been my half brother, he also had committed suicide back in the 90s. I never met him, so I don't know his circumstances either. But I did find out that I had a niece and a great nephew. So I mean, I got something very positive out of it. I don't know, Robin. I don't know if anybody. I don't think there's charges. I mean, can they probably find something? I think you can find something to charge anybody on, but I just don't. I don't feel like anybody's gonna. I don't feel like there's anything else necessarily that can be done, unless there's something that was intentionally done to harm the case, or when it comes to this particular leak, is what I should say. This particular leak, because I'm telling you, I think this is one of many. This is just a small little piece of the pie. This isn't the big leak. You know what I mean? This is a particular piece of leaks, of massive amounts of leaks. So no, I don't think anybody can be arrested for sharing them. The photos weren't stolen, which is probably why he was charged with conversion. Stealing or theft requires intent to deprive the person of the property, and he didn't do that. Right? And that makes me think, then, like, yeah, so how do you charge the next person? Like, what would Robert Fortson have been charged with, or a Mark Robert be charged with? It doesn't, I can't figure out a charge that would even make sense. I think Mitch leaked the photos to prove defense's Odin theory, thought YouTubers would show them online, and the Odin runes would be confirmed to be potential jurors. But that's still really tough. I mean, I guess maybe he thought that, but there's a lot of people that when they saw the F tree were very convinced that it's not an F tree. They were actually more convinced. I'll pin it on somebody who can no longer defend themselves. Yeah. Obstruction of justice and theft, ongoing criminal charges. Well, that's what I'm thinking, though. There's no theft. They didn't even charge the person who actually took them with theft. Yeah, it's not illegal to. I can't come up with a crime and punishment that would actually fit that. Hi, crime curious. Sleuthy Goosey. Oh no, no worries, no worries. I appreciate it. They interviewed KK's ex-girlfriend. Oh, they interviewed somebody that he had catfished, apparently. That said they met up with him, because I was saying, like, one of the catfish, like, a point of being a catfish is not to meet the person, because you're not trying to actually show them who you really are, because they'll stop talking to you. So typically catfish people don't go meet the people they're catfishing. That's not common. Did I get way far behind in chat? I think I did. Hi, Crime Curious. Did I already say that? Having pics of a topless child would be classified as CP. Wonder if this will be one of the charges. Well, from everybody, and this is one consistent thing I have heard from anybody who ever saw the photos, was all the private areas are blocked out. There is no, so it would not classify as any form of CP. Now, in what part of the chain did it get blocked out? I can't answer that. I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think there would be a charge. Mitch's leaks are a red herring. Baldwin's a bit responsible, and Rosie isn't. If that's gross negligence, hold McLeland, Holman, Liggett responsible for lies and sworn affidavits and leaking to Barbara. This is where you're going to go from one way to the other, because everybody's going to say, no, I shouldn't say everybody. That's something that lumps everybody together. But there's a lot of people that are going to say, well, what was given from law enforcement to these journalists was prior to a gag order. So does it matter? To me, it matters because you've now put all this private information out into the world that you didn't want anybody to know. And there's no good reason to give it to a journalist who can't help you find the bad guy. So they don't need to be in your loop. They don't need to be in your information that's close to the vest. So giving it, and this is a question that somebody was asking earlier, did somebody leak the information in the hopes of potentially moving the investigation along because it was, at a dead end at that time? So they were trying to push a little bit of narrative out to the public without taking claim to it because they knew that their higher ups or that their peers didn't want them doing that. Is that, did they do it with a positive, what they felt was a positive reason? Or did they do it with nefarious purposes and they actually wanted to cause problems? I don't know. Well, they're part of the investigation now. They're part of the case. And as a journalist, you don't ever want to be part of the case. You don't want to be named in any of this stuff. That's not good for your, as a journalist, you're not supposed to be one-sided. So you can't be named as being a one-sided person or having this kind of information. I am way behind in chat, aren't I? Give me 1 second. That's just so crazy to me, Ruckus, that he did imply that. I believe that you probably have seen something like that, but I don't think that's public. Charismatically clever. Me either, Cal. And here's the thing. Whatever the Supreme Court decides, we have to trust. And if they decide that Gold stays, the new attorneys stay, we have to trust it. We have to. Otherwise, we're going to sit here and drive ourselves insane going in circles. We have to believe, and from what I can tell, they're taking it very seriously. We have to believe that they are going to err on the right side of this, whether we agree with the decision or not. Because we can't sit here and talk in circles about it for the rest of the case. It's never going to work. So whatever they say goes is what we're going to have to learn to accept it. And there might be, Chelsea. I mean, shit, I'm not the knower of all laws. So, shit, I mean, there very well could be. I just don't think there is. But that's the problem, Tornado, is that they're not charging Mitch with stealing the property. So you can't have transmission of stolen property if the property's not stolen. Well, just because you cooperate doesn't mean you wouldn't be charged. Because, I mean, obviously Mark Westerman cooperated as well. And look, here he is charged. But I do agree that I don't think that he would be charged. But there's no, like, disseminating converted images. That's what I'm trying to say. Find me what this person would be charged with. That's where I'm at. And they became boyfriend and girlfriend. That's fucking weird, Kel. That's just weird. I have no idea. I haven't seen them on anything, but I haven't looked at their podcast recently either. Come up with a new charge, and we will call it now on the criminality charge. Well, I'll have to wait on that, Ruckus, because as of right now, this probable cause affidavit says differently. And not to say that probable cause affidavits can't be wrong, because I do believe that they can be. MS colluded with the prosecutor and Ellie to promote this photo thing as recent, knowing it was old news. Also that it led to Baldwin. MS knew better than anyone these photos were out there close to a year. And I'm not sure that the exact photos, or is it some of these photos? That's where I'm at. The only person to benefit from the leak is the prosecution, who has never tried a murder case. He had to get rid of them or lose. I'm not in disagreement with that. So Mark didn't send it to anyone except Murder Sheet, so the probable cause affidavit is incorrect. That it would, yeah, if that's the case. Yep. Ruckus, are the photos laying out on a table? I thought they had a computer cursor on them. Right. That's why I'm like, so are those two different photos? Like, or I shouldn't say two different photos. They're obviously two different photos. But my point is, where does the change come in? Who's altering the photos as they're coming out to the to these YouTubers? Because if it's a photo on the table, is it printed with a cursor on it? Like, does the defense team, did Baldwin print the photo with a cursor on it with the intention of using it to point something out? You can't do that. You know, that's illegal, the Rockaways. You're going to get in trouble. And now it's going to be premeditated because you put it on a YouTube channel. Don't go telling people the illegal things you're about to go do. Pulling mattress tags. Ah, it's the worst of the worst. Barbara had the Purdue report on Court TV in late September of 23. September 19th, to be exact. Well after the gag order, even if she received before she was strutting it around 2 months ago. Absolutely. I absolutely agree. I think you have to look at the target or the message behind the leaked documents. I do believe the photos were designed to expose the crime scene. They implied a cult, a religious ritual connection. Well, I only disagree because if you go with this, the theory that there's only 7 photos, right? Well, 2 of those photos had to do with the composite sketches that we don't even know who actually was the witness that was giving those composite sketches. We have a theory, but we don't actually know it. So how would that prove anything to do with the crime scene? That's my point. So is that part of a different leak and is added in together to make it one? Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I had to get another drink for my throat. MS has caused a lot of problems. Yeah. Well, this is the misfortune of having a quote unquote inside scoop. Maybe they did it to lead us away from the pedo sickos, or maybe even bigger, where lawyers and podcasters was sickos. Who was the person in Florida that Rosie mentioned was sent info from Texas? I believe that the person in Florida was Skip, but I may be wrong. But that's who I believe it is. Ruckus said, I received the crime scene photos and Mark didn't give them to me. I did a live about them and haven't been contacted or questioned by Ellie. Why? Because there's no crime in it. That's where I'm at too, Ruckus. I believe that. So Keegan being a voyeur is a misconception if true. Well, he very well could be. The guy's a freaking weirdo. I don't think there's anybody that's going to argue that any different. Well, maybe there might be one or two, but. Picture of blood with an evidence marker on Facebook. Are you talking about? I have that photo. Let me show it. And if it is this photo's been out for like 6 years. Let me just see if I can find the photo really quick, because it's the only one that I know that actually has an evidence marker on it. But it's been out for a really long time. It's like by the tree with the evidence marker. I freaking know I have it in here. Let me look. I want to make sure it's the same photo you're talking about. This one. This photo's been out for a really long time. Now, who the first person was to post it, I have no idea. Journalists in Switzerland are neutral. I think so too, Sleuthy. A friend of mine and I were having a conversation last night, and she thinks it's going to be Friday. For a judge to admit to a medical infirmity gives all current case cause to appeal that she was impaired during their trial. Oh, KO. That's an interesting thought. He did not cooperate. He lawyered up. But he created the affidavit on what he did. That's my point. And the exchange of money is a huge thing for me. Was there an exchange of money? And in this affidavit, there's no discussion of any exchanges of money. But I have wondered that for a long time. Did any of these players, was there an exchange of money at all? Well, I know that he has, I mean, he's been following this case, since the beginning. He's obviously got a lot of sources. But I don't know how did he know that it was going to be filed? But how did that Angie person from Facebook know that? She posted it on September 2nd, that there was going to be a filing the following week, even though she was a little bit off, but she said there was going to be a filing the following week from the defense team, a big filing from the defense team. How did she know that on September 2nd? And she's absolutely pro-prosecution. My personal opinion on what I think should happen is I think that a separate judge should be brought in to determine or to hold a disqualification hearing. And they should determine if there was truly gross negligence, where both sides have the time to present their evidence to a non-biased judge, and that isn't goal now because that's not ever going to work. And that person would determine it, that new judge would determine if there was gross negligence or not. And then I think whatever the Supreme Court decides about Judge Gohl, because laws are very tricky in the things that they can do. Now, if Judge Gohl knows, obviously she knows law way better than I ever would. So does she know that there is some precedent for her to be able to do what she did, and maybe the rest of us aren't aware of it? Shit, possibly. But I think that for the determination of whether those guys should stay or not should be up to somebody else. And then if they stay, I do not think that Judge Gohl can stay, because there's no way that there would not be the view of impropriety. Right. That's what we were talking about at the beginning too. How many times do you ever hear somebody just say, and it's not like she's in the hospital now. So they weren't like, oh my gosh, Judge Gull's in the hospital. It's they put out a statement letting the public know that Judge Gull was in the hospital weeks ago. Why did they want the public to know that? Normally they wouldn't want us to know anything. So the statement that Westerman released wasn't a confession. Well, technically it was. It's his affidavit affirming to be true under perjury or penalty of perjury. Yeah, jiu-jitsu, that's what I think. There's not really an appropriate charge for anybody else. I'm so far behind. I'm going to skip. I'm sorry, you guys, if I miss your comments. I don't believe it would be. I hope they reinstate the defense team and go to trial in January. I hope they go to trial in January too. So I guess they will put Westerman in the prison for his own safety. They can't protect him in the jailhouse. Like they said earlier, he's at home eating sloppy joes. Yeah, he's not hanging around anymore. It's an in and out kind of misdemeanor, and he'll probably just be charged a fine and maybe get probation. I'd be surprised if he served any time. It does, yep. Westerman knows too much. He must be kept under wraps. You must stay quiet. But that doesn't. If Ruckus is still here, I'll just ask him. But that doesn't really make sense to me that it would be Ruckus. Where crime scene photos were sent. I don't know. I'm still waiting for the look over there while we do this news to break. Yeah, what was really happening? Why did we need to look and see that she was in the hospital weeks prior? Hi, Hossein. It can't be done with Delphi. Done maybe digging into it, but not discussing it. A4 Pitbulls. Yeah, the barber video was September 19th, the same day Holman re-interviewed the Purdue professor. So did she get it same day, or did she have it when it was lost? Great question. That was one of my questions the other day when we were looking at it. If that is the Purdue report, which Rosie says it is, then how long did she have that? Because she said that she's had that information for a long time. And then she also throws out there that they didn't take the sticks. Like, was that intentional? Why is she telling the world they didn't take the sticks? Hey Kim, nothing sounds crazy anymore to me. This is gonna sound crazy, but I've kept up from day one. The first couple of days they released a sketch of a surfer-looking guy, blonde, scruffy-looking hair. They released that the first couple of days. I don't remember a sketch like that. Mark's photos are gone. Well, he took down his Facebook, so everything that he posted is gone, I think. Only responses to him are left. Nope, that's what I think too, Ivy Rose. They only released it 2 times and it disappeared. Do you happen to have a screenshot or anything of it? Unless you consider a donation in exchange for money. Very possible. Hi, True Crime Fangirl. Yeah, is she explaining her being out of office now or her insanity fever-induced decision-making around? No, I personally feel that she's not a quitter. And it's almost like she set up a nice little backdoor option for herself. That's what I think. And she probably isn't well. There's probably something that did happen, so I don't mean to, like, diminish that. And like I've said forever now, like this, she's probably a great mom and a great grandma to her grandchildren. And I don't want anything to happen to the woman. That how I feel about her in a case does not mean that I ever think that anything should happen to her. Fortson did give him $500, but make that make sense though, because that was like the very first go around that I had about Murder Sheet was they implied that the M's were the same person. But I think they just kind of misspoke and it didn't come out very clear whether the M's were different people until they did the follow-up episode. But I was like, why would Fortson pay Mark for photos that Fortson supposedly sent to Mark? Unless it has to do with the fact that Mark has more information from the previous leaks that Fortson's paying for. But they have access to all of that now. So if there was an exchange or any communication between them that states that, you know, hey, send me this and I'll give you that, then law enforcement's going to know that. And that's a different issue when it comes to types of charges. That's outside of the realm of just these few little, you know, I know I hate diminishing them, but just these few photos. I don't even know how you keep up with all these names, dates, and locations. My head hurts, Trinity. That's how I do it. Yeah, Skip's in Florida. I think goal is used to bending the rules and not getting called out. Well, I also think that Indiana hasn't ever had anybody who's really looking at their judicial system. I mean, how many high-profile cases have come out of Indiana that you followed? Right, which is why I don't think she can stay. Vacation there often. Yeah. She explains her mental state of illness, fever-induced blackout around the time of the 1031 hearing. Could you? I mean, I'm sure she's under some immense stress, and she, like I said, she's not a spring chicken, so she's got to be very careful with her health. I never contacted Baldwin. Skip did. I've seen the photos in the file. Skip didn't. I didn't share personal conversations with Mark either. It's not something that I want attention for. I say Skip. Okay. So we're going to clarify now that the person that is referred to by Rosie or Baldwin, I don't remember which one it is now, is not Ruckus. Ruckus didn't contact Baldwin and say that Mark had information from files that he was given prior, which it didn't make sense to be you, Ruckus. So I get that. I don't know where that came from. It's her heart. Well, that's what I'm like. I don't want anything bad to happen to the woman. I don't have to like her as a judge. Doesn't mean I think that she's a terrible human being, and that I wish her, you know, anything bad. I agree with that too. That an unbiased judge should consider them separately, because the conduct that is being evaluated was not done by both. They gave Mitch a little taste and a warning to keep quiet. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. I gotta help my daughter real quick. Okay. Sorry, guys. Are Skip and Jason related, or do they spell their names different? They spell their names different. One's Jansen, one's Jensen. Jensen. So Jason is Jensen. But he actually has, let me see if I can pull it up for you guys real quick. This one. Where he expands his practice, his private investigator practice, to Indiana. And You see, so Jensen investigates and expands into the Hoosier state. So he talks about like when veteran private investigator Jason Jensen made one of his usual court appearances. He met this other lady down here, her name is Erica Morse, and I think she was from Texas, but don't quote me on that. Jensen was working that night alongside another PI, Erica Morse, who had recently joined the court TV panel after her role in the arrest of accused child killer Sean Casey Adkins. And Morse, along with her team of advocates and reporters, aided the father of murdered Texas cheerleader Haley Dunn in finding new forensic testing in his daughter's cold case, leading to a 2021 arrest for felony murder and evidence tampering. I followed that case. When the two got off the air, Jensen called Morse and asked if she'd be interested in working together, either a YouTube channel, a collaboration on missing and murdered cases, combining their expertise to help families, financiers, through his cold case program and Victims News Online. She was immediately interested and told Jensen it was her dream to run both VNO and be a part of a PI firm specializing in missing and murdered persons. After a 4-month vetting process by the Indiana Private Security Board, Jensen Investigates received approval on June 22nd of 2023 as a full-service private investigation firm in the Hoosier state. Rounding out the new team is a longtime VNO partner and founder of Moms on a Mission, Christine Salzer. Christine. So Jensen, Morse, and Salzer are now Indiana PIs, offering a full-service agency based in Michigan City. The firm will handle everything from process serving, insurance fraud, and cybercrime to corporate and criminal investigations, including missing and murdered persons. So it's been a long time saying that Jason Jensen was working with the defense team. And then here's a Christine. Now, was Robert Fortson working with this investigator? Would this be the investigator he was working with? I don't have an answer to that, but maybe. Because remember when it first came out, it was like, no, it was a person who was working with the investigative team that sent them out. Was Mitch working with them? I don't know. Oh, they did? Did they name him? B-Math catching up. Are you referring to me, or is there Teresa's in chat? Don't get me wrong. Bring in a new defense team, prosecutors, and judge. Change the venue, move RA to a country club. The evidence won't change. I'm not worried about the evidence changing. I'm more worried about the appearance of impropriety and the fact that everything that happens that goes against the judicial procedures is going to set up this case to never stop. And so I'm not like I'm probably more pro Rosie than I am if I wanted to say any of the attorneys. Only because I don't really feel like he should be lumped into this whole disaster. I don't think that was fair. And he asked to stay, and she wasn't having it. But it's not about changing the evidence, because like for me personally, I don't feel like we're there. Like that's not our focus as of right now. It was the focus of like trying to figure out who did what and when and how and da 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 da. But then this whole disaster happened in the courtroom with the removal, and then everything kind of shifted gears, and now we're more into making sure that we're not screwing up any of anybody's constitutional rights, mostly Richard Allen's, because if you do, you're never getting justice for Abby and Libby. It ain't ever going to happen. And these families are going to be stuck in legit appeals processes for the rest of their entire lives. And I don't wish that on them. But I don't know if the guy's innocent or guilty. So, I mean, I'm still stuck there. So maybe that's why I feel that way. There's no evidence against RA. Well, we know they have the bullet. Westerman uses, but the state did it too as a defense. And he gets to depose all these LE over the leaks they did first. That's my big question, is if these quote unquote crime scene photos, if they're not all the exact ones, and you notice in that affidavit, it also says that it was side by sides. And anybody who's seen the photos, if you guys are in this chat, can you tell me, did you guys get any side by sides? I've never even heard anybody say they got a side by side of anything. So are we talking about totally different photos? Erskine and Yoder, the first two at the scene, did they take photos? Did Yoder have a beef with Liggett? Did the photos have crime scene markers? All of them. Well, I asked Nay about the crime scene markers, and he said there was no crime scene markers in the photos. Yeah, I think that's going to be the thing. There's nothing linking RA to the girls, but there. I mean, if the bullet does link him to the scene. I can't answer that, though. I mean, all I can tell you is that's what I asked those same questions about the markers. I asked about if there was any like dates, times, anything like that on the photos, and I was told no. Yeah, they're late. Well, Fortson worked in the ammo division for 30 plus years in the Air Force Reserves. Maybe they were consulting on the bullet. Very possible. Because, I mean, you think they were supposedly consulting with Woodhouse, right, on the Odinism stuff? Everyone I've heard mention the photos said there's no crime scene markers. Yeah, that's the same here. And I've also never heard side by side. So did appeal, and Supreme Court was going to hear it, but they withdrew the appeal to get the case over with at the request of Dansby. I think that Supreme Court wants to address this issue once and for all, and they should. This is a point of contention, too, because I do not think that he should be in a prison. Other people continue to tell me they believe that he's actually safer in the prison. And that he gets like more mental health help by being in the prison. I'm not sure I agree with that. Because even if there's more mental health employees, him being there and in that environment could end up ultimately creating more mental health issues. So it's like, it's almost like a circle jerk. You know what I mean? Like it's just you're going around in circles. Like what's better? I don't know. I'm not the person to decide it, but I think he should have probably gone to Cass County. That's my personal opinion. I do not think he should be in prison because he's not convicted. And prison is meant for people who are convicted of crimes that are sentenced to over a year in prison. Not somebody who's awaiting trial and has not even been convicted. And I don't know why they don't take it more seriously. And I think my issue is always really, when it comes down to it, is why the investigators and why the prosecution is so against him moving. Like, if it doesn't matter that he's in prison or jail, why not let him just be in jail then? Why do they push against it? Are they trying to say he's getting better mental health help being in prison? No, they're not saying that. The public is. Some of the public is. I know. Sorry. Something is not right with Mitch. You do not just do shit like that to a real friend. He had some kind of motive. I agree. Now, what that is, that's open for interpretation, so everybody's going to have a different one. There's just, you don't, I can't, I mean, maybe it's just gross curiosity. Maybe he's grossly negligent, and he was grossly curious. Or maybe things were sent to Robert because he was helping with the investigation. They're allowed to contact outside sources and get opinions and advice and, you know, for research purposes, like Christine was saying about like the bullet. They're allowed to talk to people about that as the defense team. He may be guilty, but if that's the case, he had accomplices. I don't buy the narrative of one man did this with dexterity, all that nonsense that was in the that was in the memorandum. I think that there was no reason that, for me personally, I do not believe that he could not have done that as one person. Does that make him the one person? No. Hi, Hard Candy. Hold on. Janie Lane, did you say something about the markers? I heard they do and they don't. Ooh. The only picture I know that had markers was that one that I just showed you guys. Oh, thank you for Pitbulls. I appreciate that. I've only ever heard no markers, so. Julie said lines. Most people are saying lines, that there's something on the body that is like not supposed to be there. So it's either something from a reflection, it's something from a that was added to the photo, it's watermarked and the watermark was tried to be removed. I honestly don't know what that is. I was told it was straight lines across, and they're straight. And so when I looked at that one mugshot, I was like, whoa, those are perfectly straight lines. But what's it going to take, folks? To believe he's guilty? I don't know, Ruckus, what did it take for you to believe that he was guilty? I'd be curious to know that. What did it take for you to just go, yep, this is the guy that did it? What piece of information did you get that you were that just put you in the, yep, they got the right guy side? Because I don't have either one yet, and I'd love to know. Hi, Jen. I also want to know who the disgruntled Carroll County employee was. I mean, I think they're all disgruntled, but who is being said to be leaking info? I've heard two separate individuals. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the Mike Thomas, the one who sued because he was demoted and so on and so forth, which we're going to do a whole thing on him anyway. And then I've also heard it was somebody else who was promised something and wasn't given that. I don't think the photos that I saw are CSI photos. I went over that on my live. Yes, you did. If there's no chain of custody, so you have to remember, in the September 18th memorandum, they state there's note that they have not seen any chain of custody for this bullet. The defense team says in all the discovery they've received, they have not seen a chain of custody for this bullet. But we also have to remember that when they requested for a discovery deadline, they had received an entirely new batch of information in discovery after they had filed that September 18th filing. So what was in that? I have no idea. So if there is a chain of custody, they didn't have it or see it before the 18th. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means they didn't have it yet. I don't think Ruckus ever said, no, Ruckus is one that said that there wasn't markers. I remember watched his live. Yeah, he didn't say markers. Snay, Ruckus, Gray Hughes, I think are the three, if my memory is serving me. Which part, Jiu-Jitsu? I'm behind and now you're making a comment and I don't know what it references. How old was he? I don't know. I don't know how old he was. Woodhouse has memory loss, so good luck asking him what a rune is. No, he would not be qualified to be an expert witness, but he would be qualified to get information from, to have a conversation with. No one has seen the pics that have been mentioned. ETS think that is so true. Nobody has actually said they saw pictures of pictures on a table. We've not seen that. Nobody's said they've seen that. Nobody has ever described the photos as photos from a table. That like you can see the table around the photos. Nobody's ever said that. And now we're hearing side-by-sides, and nobody's ever said they've seen side-by-sides. Those are completely different photos then. Or they have been messed with as they were sent out. Christine, if you're going to exaggerate numbers, you have to take Jen Lou's advice that she gives me all the time, because I do exaggerate numbers. sometimes, and she's like, you have to do it like to a complete exaggeration, like 11 billion. You can't just do like 50,000, because then people think it's like really 50,000. So his whole career, that's what he worked as ammo. I got you. It makes sense to me. He's more likely to die in prison than he is in jail. I agree with you. But I know people disagree with both of us, so. Maybe Judge Gold can get some of that Westville special treatment we've heard so much about. I don't think that she's done anything illegal to go to prison or jail. Yeah, that's Cass County. They had it all set up and ready to go. But Judge Gold said no. A member of the Black Snakes. What's a black snake? Oh yeah, Remy asked too. What's a black snake, Christine? What's up, Art of Deduction? You back? Rob was not involved with the investigation. Okay, so that whole narrative that was spun out at the beginning of like it was a guy that was working with the investigators, that was all just shit. It's possible too. Who knows? Yeah, I wish they would move him already. And that's why I think where the biggest issue I have comes in is why they fight against it. Ooh, look at who came to join me. Hi, beautiful Sleuthy.
Hey, are you like ready
How's
to
it
just
going?
are you ready to disconnect like my Walmart internet does to me?
No, not yet. Not yet. No, I'm good.
I literally just shut my computer and then I saw your message and I was like, oh shit.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good still. I just don't know if I'll be able to hang for a super long time. But if you're up here, you can do most of the talking. I just don't feel great. I probably need to grab some more Dayquil.
Oh, I did. I forgot my car to get the stuff I got today too. Did you read the affidavit today?
Yeah.
When I popped in, you were on the first page.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Ruckus responded to me. I want to read it real quick. So one, he admitted he was there. Okay. Two, because I asked him what made him go from, not unsure of Richard Allen's guilt to actually it being him. Witnesses put him there. 3, he said he was dressed the same, and 4, evidence puts him there. 5, he confessed. Okay, so 1, he admitted he was there. Yes and no.
So 130.
20 people admitted they were there, so that's a tough one. And mere presence isn't enough to actually put any, but it can go into the line of all of it put together. So I'm going to hold off on that one because he also changes or doesn't change, depending on who you ask, that he was there from 12 to 1:30. Witnesses put him there. Witnesses all have a different testimony, and Ruckus, I know you know that witness testimony is hubbub, and they probably won't even take the stand. The chances are. So 3, he said he was dressed the same. Well, yes and no, because I don't know how anybody 6 years later knows what they were wearing that day 6 years ago. I would be very interested in hearing that conversation on if he owned those things, because he doesn't tell Dan Doolin that he was wearing those clothes.
I would also be interested to know what everybody else was wearing that day. Everybody else that was there.
Right.
Like, what was Mike Patty wearing? You know what I mean? Because it sounds like he come from work. Like, and by saying that, I mean that's not an unusual getup to be walking around in. Like, if he came from work, it wouldn't be weird to be wearing a Carhartt jacket and jeans.
Uniform. Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, all these things, I definitely can see if we have more precise parts of it. Like if we can, he admitted he was there, and that's why I was saying like 20 people admitted they were there. One of the things says that he was there between 1:30 and 3:30. Another one of the documents says that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and then his statement says he was there from 12 to 1:30. So that needs to be kind of lined out for me. Witnesses put him there. Like I said, eyewitness testimony is garbage to begin with, and every eyewitness that saw him saw somebody different and all have a different description. And I don't think that many of them would be used in testimony anyway. He said he was dressed the same. I also feel that way about that. Now, the 4 and 5 is where I'm at. This is what I go. The evidence puts him there with the bullet, and I know people are like the bullet's garbage, so on and so forth. I'm a big forensics person, so I do think the bullet does hold some weight. Legally, it won't if there really isn't a chain of custody. And the fact that he confessed, I need to hear the confessions. But if he truly sits there and tells his wife and his mom, listen, the attorneys were just here. They have evidence against me. I did it. I need you guys to just move on with your life. That's a big thing. But once again, I still need to hear that one. There's got to be context around it. But I can absolutely see your point here.
I mean, he certainly has to be able to provide details that were kept out of the public for that to fly for me. But also with the bullet, I'm just curious. Like, I guess the way that I look at it is okay, we know this, but so for the clothes, okay, so he says he was wearing those clothes. Let's say that he was telling the truth and that was what he was wearing and he remembered. How many other people were wearing those clothes? Being out in the woods, I think we talked about this the other day. Like, if you go out on my property anywhere, you're going to find spent and unspent shells, and you'll likely find arrows. And so how many other, if any, bullets were found within the crime scene? I don't even know how big the crime scene area was set to be. But depending on how large, there could be quite a lot.
Well, we know that. Let me pull up some pictures. So we know the general idea of the crime scene on the north side of the creek. That's not a good picture. Let me pull up a different one. And then they also blocked off the entire part of the end of the bridge over on the Weber's property on the south end of the bridge. They blocked all that off too and wrapped it with crime scene tape.
Well, okay, so
the down the hill part.
Yeah, so not counting that part, because I can't imagine that it's not everywhere. But just specifically the area where the girls were. For instance, like a tree, that area was very flat. Like it is the flat. It's the flat. And so if someone were to set up a tree stand, or hide behind a tree because they're stalking a deer, that area is liable to have bullets in it. So I'm just curious if that's a lone bullet and it was the only one found within, say, 25 yards of the girls. Do you see what I mean? Right.
Well, they say it was found in between the girls, but yet it wasn't supposedly found that day. So I'm not sure how they know it was in between the girls unless it was marked. Like where the girls were found was marked to know that it was actually in between them. You know what I mean?
I wonder if
it was found days later. How do they know that?
Was there crime? Was there people guarding the crime scene? Like?
No.
Okay, so
we know that because Ron Logan goes down there the next day.
Yeah. So
on the interview, he walks down there. There's nobody down there. Just him and the reporter. So there's nobody there guarding it. That was a huge issue I had. Nobody's there guarding that crime scene.
Well, yeah, because it could be a possible argument could be that it fell out of Ron Logan's pocket while he was standing there. You know what I mean? Like, if nobody was kept out of the crime scene, it's gonna call whatever was found later into question. I don't know why they would do that. Especially, I do know they went back 2 weeks later, but I think that may have been just to collect the sticks, according to Barbara.
Right.
But regardless,
I don't know. That's one of the best ones I can find this quickly, but I know that there's other ones.
Well, nobody saw him on the trail after. Another witness saw him on 300, and more importantly, no witness saw him on the trail after. But
I don't believe the witness saw him on 300.
Yeah, and also if he went home, if he did leave at 1:30, then no one would have seen him on the trail after.
But you also have, at the very beginning of this, the Daniel Pearson kid who was there fighting with the girl said that he saw somebody at the trail junction. And he changed it a couple of years later to saying it was flannel shirt guy, but they still got a composite sketch from what he said he saw. And he said that he saw bridge guy. And then changed it to flannel shirt guy. But the timing doesn't add up, because how does flannel shirt guy see Daniel Pearson arguing with the girl at the bridge but yet Daniel Pearson seeing flannel shirt guy at the trail junction. That doesn't make sense.
I thought he heard him. I thought he heard him arguing.
No, he saw him. He was coming from that direction. He's walking west on the trail where he runs into Derek German, and Derek asked him, "Is there anybody? Did you see two girls down there?" He said, "No, I only saw the guy and the girl arguing by the bridge."
See,
and then so Derek goes down the other trail. He heads straight down instead.
I mean, everybody's account of who they saw and when they saw them and what they looked like is all different. Like, they could all be describing each other. You know what I mean? And
Right.
so, but then again, you would think, like, if it's such a small town and everybody knows everybody, then they should have been able to say it was so and so that I saw, like, by name.
The one girl did. She said that she thought she saw Jimmy Duvall. The person she saw looked like Jimmy Duvall. That was her original statement. And I don't believe that the person on 300 saw him, because it makes no sense to me that that's the same time that Tara German was on 300 North, and Tara German wouldn't have seen him. But yet she saw Logan Maxwell. I don't think the 300 one has anything to do with anything. That's my personal opinion. You guys can take that or leave it. I mean, I'm totally fine with that. My personal opinion is that person did not see Bridge Guy. No matter who you think Bridge Guy is, I don't think she saw anything. I think she may have saw somebody walking, but how do we know that she didn't see one of the people that was searching? How do we know that she didn't see Brad Heath? I don't know what time any of those people were there, because nobody tells us anything. I don't think she saw them. That doesn't make sense that Cheyenne says Derek German was sitting in his car in the Mears parking lot when she left. And then within a couple of minutes, you have Bridge Guy walking down the street, muddy and bloody, right past them, right past all the family members that are there. And he's just like, "Oh yeah, I guess I'll just keep walking here." It does not add up to me.
I wonder if
I am dismissing it because I don't trust eyewitness accounts. I don't trust eyewitness accounts anyway. But I think she saw somebody, but I do not think that she saw Bridge Guy. So
when we talked about this, the PCA, it does not, like, that stuff is not, when they talk about cell phone pings and they talk about witnesses seeing this and that, they aren't and don't have to provide the witness statements and sketches and cell phone data, and, like, they just have to believe that what they're writing is true and accurate at that time. And so all of that shit is subject to change. All of the times, descriptions, all of that stuff can change. And so what I'm curious about is, so one of the sentences that repeats itself over and over again in the affidavit is that, witness so-and-so said that the person they saw looked like the guy on the bridge, the picture of the guy on the bridge, or the video of the guy on the bridge. And I do wonder if any of them confirmed that Richard Allen looked like the person that they saw, not the person on the bridge, just the person that they saw. And I so this came up, I was talking to somebody who, like, was a federal agent somewhere. And then he was actually a really super nice guy. He used to pop in all the time while he was doing some type of cell phone tracking thing, and he would explain the cell phone stuff to us for Brian Koberger. And I asked him a question about a lineup for a witness, and he essentially said, if they're shaky in any way, meaning unless you know for a fact that that person is going to say that is 100% the individual that I saw, then it makes more sense to not even do it. Because if they go in and they look at a lineup and they pick a person and it's the wrong person, that's not good for your case. If they go in and they pick the right person and they say they're, like, kind of sure it might be them, that's also not great for your case, as opposed to not having it at all. And so I wonder if any of them were, and like you said, I can't imagine them. I can't imagine them testifying. And even a step further than that, I couldn't imagine them testifying and swearing, even being asked, first of all, but then swearing under oath that Richard Allen is the person that they saw after all this time and all this publicity. it would be like they obviously know that that's who they're supposed to have seen because that person was arrested and their names were used in the affidavit. You know what I mean? Like they could never do a lineup now.
Well, no, and everybody says that they're comparing it to the photo on the bridge, and like somebody in chat was just saying, like, hey, that photo isn't even of anybody necessarily because it's so zoomed in and pixelated where we're not even supposed to look at it. And Doug Carter will tell you, go ahead and take the head off, and you know the way the person walks, or you know their body shape, and this, that, and the other, because the face is so distorted. Then how do you say, yeah, that's the guy that I saw? And then some of the people that are saying the guy that I saw was wearing something completely different.
Well, yeah. And one of them who I know is not shorter than 5'4", saying that the person that she saw, she come up to his shoulder, like his head come up to her shoulder. And so if that was the case, that's not Richard Allen. He's the same height as the girls.
Right. And if you
if your head comes up,
have you watched the channel? It just goes by Steve, and he went out and did some really good reenactments, or I thought they were really good reenactments, or not reenactments, but like measurements, and I mean very solid math to show that the bridge guy would not have been 5'4". And I'm not a mathematician, so I am just telling you guys as a whole to just take a look at it and take away what you take away from it. I thought it was really good, really well done.
Yeah, like he and then he like made like a template. He went out and physically measured like the I don't know what it's actually called, but like the lip of the track, like the part that sticks up, to see how far up somebody's ankle it would go. And then like found the spot, and then he used his height to go stand there and have someone take a picture, and they were like moving the camera down so it would be, say, at Libby's face and then at Libby's like belly button, like where she was kind of trying to hide it. I thought they were well done too. And then he made a template. He also used Abby's picture too at some point. I forget exactly what he did with it. Maybe he just used the template, but I'm 5'7", so I would notice a short man. If I didn't notice anything else, I'd say he was a short feller. He was a stumpy dude, you know?
He's a short little stumpy dude. Yeah.
Yeah, like even if I didn't have anything to, like, even if I had no reason to remember that person, or I didn't know something bad was going to happen, like I would remember that I passed this really short dude on the bridge. That's just me though.
All right, let me see here. So Ruckus says it's all the witness statements put together. But if you take and you put in the witness statements that aren't in the PCA, what about the other ones? How do you explain them then? Because if you're putting all the witness statements together, then you'd have to take into account that somebody else said they saw Bridge Guy leaving at 3:15.
You know what else I'm curious about, T? Is I'm seeing people say things like, randomly, I don't think I've seen it in this chat right now, but I have seen it in other chats, like since the memo came out, where people say there's DNA. His DNA was at the scene, and there's fingerprints and things like that. And I'm curious where that comes from, because let's say you were provided like quote inside information. Okay. Would you believe that inside information was correct before you would believe that, or would you believe that in order to continue to believe that information is correct, would you then say that, let's say Liggett perjured himself while he was under oath in a deposition when he said that there was no DNA of Richard Allen at the scene, and there was no fingerprints, and there was no cell phone data linking him to the scene?
Right.
Does that make sense? Like, where is that coming from? That they're like, if we're going to use that as a reason why we think he's guilty, where is that coming from? Because the police that investigate, I can't imagine they would perjure themselves and say that. I mean, unless Liggett is a liar, which I do think he is. But he wasn't the only one, you know?
Right. Oh, I agree.
And he can't go back and say, I know I said in the deposition that there wasn't any DNA, but I was lying. You see what I mean?
Well, we know that there's DNA. Oh shit! I wonder if I can find that clip. We know there's DNA. Well, let me be very clear.
Yeah,
If
you have the
anybody
clip.
ever says you have,
Urine.
there's
There's
always
urine and
DNA.
spit.
There's always DNA. There's always fingerprints. So I mean, people ask in some of these interviews with law enforcement, like, "Did you guys find DNA?" And they're like, "Yeah, we did." Well, of course they did. I mean, there is DNA. You got to figure out who the hell's DNA it is. It's different.
Yeah.
The question should be: do you think that you have the perpetrator's DNA? Do you think you have Abby and Libby's killer's DNA? That's a different question altogether. And I have some theories about the whole DNA thing, but we know that they got DNA, and Kim Riley says in a very impromptu interview where he's approached by this little older man who I got to find out where the hell he is, but he approaches him and he's talking to him, and Riley's kind of thrown off guard, but he gets him to say that they put the DNA in CODIS and the person did not have a criminal history. So when we talk about the other people who are, the Patrick Westfalls and the things like that, like they don't need to get their DNA because they're already in the system. You see what I mean? They're in the system. And so even if they get their DNA, it's not... Riley already said that the person did not have a criminal history. They ran it in CODIS. So we know that they have unknown DNA that is not tied to the family or to the victims, but they cannot tie it to Richard Allen either.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. And I'm glad that Ruckus said that, because I think that that's a good point, is that did the problem, let's pretend like there were no lies in that affidavit. Let's just say that there was enough information to establish probable cause. That doesn't mean that there's enough information to establish guilt. And I think that people don't realize how low of a threshold probable cause is.
Right.
I mean, it's hella low. It's like, you got to be suspicious. You know what I mean? If the circumstances look suspicious, you just have to present enough. Listen, I've seen people present enough information about their people of interest in this case with like evidence and stuff to back it up of where they're pulling their information and data that is convincing enough to have written a probable cause affidavit. Or he did leave. Yes, he left in the truck. Okay. My mom was like, "Did he leave?" Her husband, "Did he leave in the truck?" I thought she was gonna like come smoke a cigarette. But
and you're right. And the probable cause for the search warrant is even less. I mean, it's still probable cause, but it is even less. So I've always thought, like, even when we went through all this stuff from the defense memorandum, if you take out the parts that they say Liggett lied about, would the judge have still signed off on a probable cause affidavit? Because that's really the bottom line. Or not a probable cause, but on a search warrant, probable cause affidavit, for the search warrant, would they have still signed off on it? And I think they probably would have. Now, for whatever they use in the probable cause affidavit for arrest is information they're gathering after they've already searched his house.
Have you removed those things? Because I've been meaning to do that for a while now, and then so many things kept happening, because I said to the girls, I was like, can we like pick apart each thing in that affidavit that goes towards probable cause, then remove all the things that they're claiming Liggett lied about, and see where we're at. Yeah. Right. And I haven't really done it to know for sure.
I haven't either.
However, like the bullet that everybody says is like a big thing, that it matched and all. Well, that's for a different affidavit. So like that's not part of the probable cause for the search. So that's not there. So essentially it would just be the witness statements, which he claimed that they were lies. So you'd get rid of those. Him saying that he was there, which is not enough. His car being seen on camera one time. But in that affidavit for the search, they only list it one time, and that's at 127, I think. So because they didn't list two times, a person could read it and say, well, that could have been when he was leaving. So, but I wouldn't feel comfortable. I would have to actually go ahead and do it. But it's funny because I talked to a lawyer. I'm not sure if she would. A lot of people love her, but I'm not sure if she has said it. I want to make sure. If I exit out of this, can you still hear me? I'm talking now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but if
Okay.
you're on your phone and you stay on for too long, it will kick you out. So if you're going to go to another screen, don't go for long.
Crap. Where is it? Let me see. Let me find it. Because I'll tell you what she said about that specifically. About the search warrant period. Forget that we're talking about the memo and the supposed lies and stuff. I sent her the affidavit for the search warrant. And she said to me, I'm sure I'll have more to say about this, but the first thing that jumps out at me is that a warrant allowing a search for any evidence of a crime doesn't meet the particularity requirement of the Fourth Amendment under a ton of federal case law. And I said, they replied to the memo and claimed that it does meet that requirement, and also that everything else in the memo isn't completely true. And she said, I literally have cases on my screen right now that says it doesn't. The main case on general warrants is Maron, Marron, v. United States, but there's interesting language in Stanford v. Texas. Both SCOTUS cases, overbreadth is a possible challenge to the warrant above and beyond the Frank stuff. The Frank stuff is way more important for PR. Overbreadth is one of the things that leads people to go, he got off on a technicality, so at least muddy the fact case first. So basically what she's saying is if you forget that they did the Frank's memo and called that into question, the fact that they were just looking for, she's saying that based off of federal case law and SCOTUS cases, that it doesn't meet the particularity requirement, because you can't just say, I want to go in and search for any evidence of a crime.
Okay. So what do you take away from that?
So, in my opinion, based off of what she said, how I took what she was saying was that it could fail on the particularity requirement, but the memo was put out kind of like what Bob said. Like, that was an opportunity at a filing to get your theory of the case out. And try to go it that way. But I don't know that she knows that back in June, when they went for that suppression hearing, that
right,
she's
that's
the
where I
one
was going with that. Yep.
Yeah, that she's the one that required them to write that Frank's memo. I think a lot of people aren't really aware of that she's the one that said to them to go home and write a Frank's memo.
Hearing. Right.
Yeah,
they were there to already hold a suppression hearing, and they never did. She said, you need to submit a Frank's memo.
Correct.
And most people that at that point were like, what the fuck is a Frank's memo?
Yeah. They were probably like, what the hell, a Frank's? Like I would be shocked if they ever even wrote one. You know what I mean? Like, so for her to have said, go and write this, like, and it took months. But apparently, in order for them to do that, they started, I guess, going deeper into the discovery and just discovered all that other stuff.
Well, I think that was already, they were already going to have, that was already going to be their defense push regardless, which also makes me go, if they went in June for this suppression hearing because they already had all this, that means that what they were doing in August with these depositions wasn't what they were going to be bringing up in June, obviously. You see what I mean?
Right.
So all the information that ended up being put into the Frank's memo was added because of the depositions where they're saying, yeah, no, we don't know of any chain of custody. We haven't personally seen the chain of custody photos, or the stuff about the Odinism and the stuff about, oh, shit, I just lost my train of thought. There was three things there was three big things that came out just because of those depositions that would not have happened in June. They would have had that info for it.
That there was no DNA or anything connecting him to the girls or the crime scene.
Right. So if you take out, I'm just saying, if you take out even everything from the Frank's memo that they wouldn't have had access to because they didn't have all the depositions and everything left. They were still already fighting to suppress the warrant based on the fact that of the lies of the witnesses.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know what all's gonna happen. I had heard that Gull was in the hospital, like when she was in the hospital, and I was like, that's probably bullshit. Like, you know, like who's saying there's literally no way to confirm that. So I'm not even going to pay attention to it. And then it was weird that the transcript was filed. Then also at the same time, that was loud, a press release saying that she was hospitalized came out. And November 27th is coming up soon. I think, and the reason that I'm saying this is because I saw Ruckus say, can't wait till we just move on and like get to the trial.
I think everybody's in agreement there. Even when we don't
Yeah.
agree on everything else, I think everybody's ready for this trial to come and be over with and let it all out.
Well, if I had to guess what I thought the likely scenario was that was going to happen, I would guess that this all of a sudden announcement that she had been in the hospital and her health is not well is a lead in to a way to bow out gracefully. And I think that she will remove herself from the case. And I think Baldwin and Rosie will be reinstated. And I think we'll go to trial. It obviously won't be January 8th because that's like basically already lost. Actually, I heard that Woodhouse is now going to trial that day.
On the same day, on the 27th?
On the 8th, January 8th. His trial.
He's going to trial on his original trial date?
Yeah. Yeah, Woodhouse is. So McClellan will have to be in Carroll County. So, but I think shortly thereafter. Like, I think it will be scheduled.
When was that scheduled? When was his trial scheduled?
Whose?
Woodhouse's. When was it scheduled? When did they pick the date January 8th?
I think I wrote this in my thing. Hold on, I exited out again. So if I lose you, tell me immediately.
Okay. Well, you have the link. You can come back to. Because there would be no way for him to be in two places at once regardless. So if this was already planned, if he already had a trial date set for 8th of January, then there's something off there because McClellan couldn't be in both places at the same time. So he wouldn't have booked a trial. Did that happen after okay.
Yeah, it was like it was like November 6th if I had to guess, but I'm going to find you the exact day. You still there?
I'm here. Who in chat thinks that the judge is going to recuse herself? Let me make a poll. I want to make a poll because I want to ask you guys what you think.
So on November 6th, it was November 6th. Weird that stuck out in my head. So November the 6th, Diener issued an order continuing Woodhouse's jury trial to January 8th.
On the same day.
On November 6th.
I apparently can't do it from my phone. I have to go in here. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting timing.
So now, since that was done on November 6th, if Baldwin and Rosie were to be reinstated and the Supreme Court, so one of what they're asking for, which at this point now I'm kind of thinking that everything that they were asking for will happen. From the time that they're reinstated, they will file a notice that they want to go to trial within 70 days. Okay. So since it's now the end of November, check on top of the dresser in that back room. Now that it's the end of November, like let's say November 27th, the Supreme Court says, yeah, let them back on. It'll be 70 days from then. So it'll be past January 8th anyway. But it almost seemed like just in case we have to have McClellan in Carroll County. You know what I mean? Like he's got to be in Carroll County for a couple days for this other trial so that it can't happen January 8th. I mean, you have to think about this. On the 19th, when they showed up for that hearing, McClellan had just shown up with Luttrell, who needs to catch up like on the whole case. So at the very least, Luttrell's not ready. You see what I mean? Because his purpose would not just to be there to like consult, like he will likely also cross-examine people and stuff like that. So he needs to also be prepared. And I think the year that it got pushed back really helped some people. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I was muted. I was making the poll for everybody. No, I agree. So he brought in the special prosecutor.
Yeah,
who still had to get up to speed. He wasn't ready to go to trial.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And
all right, Ruckus is heading out for Thanksgiving. Thank you, Ruckus, for being here. Thank you guys for being kind. I appreciate that. Happy Thanksgiving, Ruckus. Go enjoy your time. So I put the poll up to see. I want to see who thinks that she'll recuse herself, because it was a really good point that was brought up to me about the timing of this whole thing. That why would she need to put out to the public that she was in the hospital weeks prior when nobody knew? But I do believe what you're saying. Like the special prosecutor, him bringing him in, he was going to have to get him up to speed. But I think that he needed a special prosecutor because he's never really done anything like this. He doesn't have the experience to be able to do this. And he should have brought the special prosecutor in long before.
Oh my God, dude. In my opinion, ages and ages ago, but at the very, very recent, once that memo dropped, dude, I'd have been fucking out of there. I would have been like, get me a special prosecutor immediately. I don't want anything to do with this case. If this is like, if McClellan was put in that position based off of, let's just say all that stuff is true, because he believes what law enforcement is bringing him to be accurate. So if he knew nothing about it and his concern was that, holy shit, did they fuck this whole thing up? Like, I'd be out of there. I mean, I would not want any parts of it. I wouldn't want.
That's like he didn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know that all this shit happened with the Odinism stuff, and that McClellan's actually not in the know. And then you're being blindsided because remember, he's also the one that sends the email like, we don't know who the Purdue professor is. We're not sure we're going to find him.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, there they are interviewing the same Purdue professor, and he's like, sons of bitches.
Yeah, I'd be like, what are you freaks doing? What are you freaks doing? Get me out of here. I want out of here. I want to go back to Carroll County. I don't want anything to do with this case anymore. That's what I would be saying. And he didn't.
And he might, if it stays the way that it is and it's going to be pushed out, he very well could become either second chair or just back away altogether, because he did bring in the special prosecutor to do this. It's very possible that he's going to back away all on his own, and he's like, no, I have an entire other caseload I still have to do as the prosecutor. Like, I can't do this.
Yeah, I would. There's no way. There's just no way.
Okay, so Jen P says, what triggered the sudden arrest today, day before Thanksgiving? Anyone think, well, technically it was yesterday he was arrested. We just didn't know about it till today. Anyone think Baldwin is pressing charges to show how serious he is about this leak and possible reinstatement? I don't think it has anything to do with him. I don't think he has a say-so one way or the other.
I do not think he does. And in fact, it even mentions in there that Rosie's the one that was like, I'm sorry. And he even says it like in his email and stuff like that. It's criminal. He's like, it's a betrayal, if not like a criminal offense. Like if anything, I would think that, I don't know. If you want my personal opinion, I think that, and again, with this announcement, all of a sudden, which, like I said, like she was in the hospital, but there was no way to confirm that. There was no reason to let people, nobody would have ever known. Like, legally, no one at the hospital could have told.
Nope.
You know what I mean? Reporters could have.
Yeah.
There's no way to confirm. So why offer that information right when your response is due, unless you are just going to recuse yourself and not put in a response and dig yourself a deeper hole. Like that would be the smart thing to do, is before I go and I battle, like, you know how we were talking about defense attorneys and how it bothers me that everybody thinks that defense attorneys just exist to get people that are actually guilty off and out of charges.
Yeah.
And that's not the case. And a lot of times they negotiate pleas. If her lawyer was looking at everything and was a good lawyer from what I hear, I mean, apart from other stuff with, the nursing homes and shit, if he was any good, he'd say, listen, before we go and provide more of a reason that might cause some actual trouble for you, like, maybe we just let it be. Just let
That's
it
what
be.
I was thinking. Like, if she's leaving this as like a
ago.
backdoor option. Yeah, it's like a backdoor option. If she starts to feel like she's going to lose, then she has a way to recuse herself gracefully.
Yeah, and I see the Supreme Court having some type of sway. Like, so for instance, you have to remember now too that the Supreme Court has in its possession the emails where Gull is saying, I want everyone who had those photos sent to them or sent them to somebody else to give them back, which is hilarious. Like, they're not physical. They're not like the ones that print out of the bottom of a camera. They're not Polaroids. But she's like, no, everybody needs to give them back. And if they don't give them back, then we'll put them in jail until they return them. And it's like,
you can't do that.
Do what?
That's what I was saying.
How are they supposed to return them from jail?
Well, and if somebody is in another country, Judge Gull thinks that she's got the pull that she's going to go over there and get it from them. Like, it's just not happening. And there's no crime that people are going to be charged with for having them. It doesn't even make sense. So, I mean, if she has people that are in that general area and in that state, then she tells them to come in and orders them by the court to remove them or to destroy them. Then she can hold them in contempt if they don't. But how is she she's not going to go over to the Netherlands and get like art of destruction. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do?
Well,
too bad.
As soon as I read that email, I was like, how's she going to do that if Holman's not collecting any electronics? Like, how are they supposed to be tracking who's sending what where if they're not like, are they just asking people and then taking their word for it if they say I never sent it to nobody? Like, that's idiotic and it makes no sense. But it is possible if someone has some foresight and they're thinking that perhaps the way this is headed is Gull will leave and Brad and Andy will be coming back, maybe we increase the seriousness of this leak if someone is charged. Because that affidavit, for the most part, is like essentially what Murder Sheet said. And something that bothers me, well, there's a couple things. One of the things about that affidavit that bothers me is that the story that we got from Murder Sheet was that, and others, but mainly Murder Sheet, because they're the one that put it out first, is that Mitch sent them to Robert. Robert sent them to Mark and whoever else. And Mark only sent them to Murder Sheet under the stipulation that they provide them to law enforcement. However,
that's not true.
In that affidavit, it says that they interviewed Mark, and Mark is the one that sent them to, basically their timeline of it is Mitch gave them to Robert, Robert gave them Mark spread them around. And so why was it put out there that Mark is a great guy. Mark didn't send them to anybody. You know, the narrative that went around, which is distasteful to me, especially if it's untrue, is that Robert, the dead veteran, is the one who had to have sent them to other people. And that's really gross because he can't defend himself.
Right. They will
The
have
other
his
thing,
phone and they'll know who he sent them to. And that was my point reading that affidavit. It says that he sent them to Mark and Mark sent them to the other people. And they actually, the law enforcement has more access to this information than we do. They know who was sent to what. And they're saying that Mark sent them and disseminated them to the YouTubers and podcasters.
like, we don't know. Mark, the reason that Mark could remember, I said, I don't understand if Mark only sent them to Murder Sheet. Why is he hiding? That makes no sense because he essentially didn't do anything, quote, wrong.
Right.
But we don't know that he didn't speak with law enforcement and tell law enforcement that he did send them. So it's kind of silly to to keep pushing that when the only other evidence that we have is what other people are saying about what someone did. It's not even a firsthand account of what happened. And the other thing that really bothered me was that they said that law enforcement was able to determine, based on conversations that Mark had had with Robert, that they obtained. And like the next sentence is that they interviewed Mark in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want to know if law enforcement gathered that information and somebody gave it to Murder Sheet because they made a whole podcast about how they read all these conversations. Or did Murder Sheet gather all of those conversations that they were not present for or a party to and give them to law enforcement, and law enforcement is using those as evidence? Because I've always said, like, how did they verify the legitimacy of those screenshots that they were provided by one party of that conversation?
Well, do you also remember that they actually stated that they received I'm going to probably misquote it, but they said something along the line that they received the most graphic of all the photos that were leaked.
Yeah.
And I thought that was
like,
how do you know that you received the most graphic? And so you're saying you received more than what other people did? Like, that's
and
where,
how do you know what
so
other people got?
how do you know what other people got? Exactly.
Yeah.
How do they know that?
Right. You know, I think that sometimes the discussion gets lost in whether the leak was bad, you know, to the case, or who did it, or like it turns into like a drama of who is there to blame about the leak. And I think the reason why the leak is so substantial is getting lost. And the reason that it's getting lost is this particular leak was used as like the final nail in Richard Allen's attorneys. Do you see what I mean? It set a whole series of events because she can say what she wants to, like about them filing the tort claim notice, which I still don't understand who else was supposed to have done that. And it's just a notice. There's like a statute of limitations on how long before that can no longer be filed. And the press release that they put out, she's saying that it had information that like shouldn't have been put. I mean, I don't see that. I don't see that. And I also don't see, I think it's important to look at what was actually said in that press release and wonder why she would feel that way about what was there.
No, and we read that it actually does fall right in line with what they were allowed to say. Under, I think it was what rule was it? I had it up the other day too. I read it on one of my lives, and I don't remember which one it is now. But it's under the rules of the court that they're allowed to actually say what was said in that press release.
Yeah. I mean, it's different when you're like unprepared. So when you talk about being ambushed, not that you didn't know that maybe a discussion was going to be had, but you didn't know what particular points were going to be brought up in order for you to then educate yourself on what information you need to gather in order to counter those things. So when someone's saying you violated rule blank, blank, blank by doing this, this, and this, and other things, and they're calling you incompetent and shit, it'd be really hard to remember what that rule is in the moment. Do you know what I mean? Because you're like, wait a minute,
Yep.
What? Like this happened. Like when I read that she said that her problems with them started November 22nd of 2022, I was like, oh, okay. So like the day that they started,
Yeah.
is it their faces? Like, do you just not like their faces?
She didn't like them. She didn't like them from the get-go. She was like, these guys suck, and I'm going to figure out a way to get rid of you.
Literally.
And how come they didn't know? How come they didn't know that how much she didn't like them? Like, she never brought any of it up. She just like kept it all in her pocket, and she was like, one day I'm going to throw all this at you and be like, you guys committed gross negligence.
Yeah, what the fuck? Well, and I think it's important that now I understand, she did not just say that they were negligent. She said that they were incompetent. As if being negligent and allowing someone who had been in your office for years and never stole, as far as you know, come in and steal photos that were out, that being negligent in that way also accounts to incompetence.
Well, I think the problem is we don't know. We don't even know which one it is. We don't know which one it is, but she's saying that they're grossly negligent and incompetent, but she doesn't actually put anything forward as evidence to prove that they were grossly negligent or incompetent, and that's where the issue falls.
In what ways? Yeah, like the reason that I feel that you're incompetent is because of A, B, and C, and D. It was just, you filed the tort claim, and I don't think you should have did that. That's another thing, is there's a lot of I thinks in that, and she doesn't need to think. Like, her opinion, she doesn't need to have an opinion. If she doesn't like, just like, and something else. Now that we have the transcript,
her opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you, so now I'm just spilling all the beans. But
do it.
When the transcript came out, I'm like, what does she mean? Like, the reason that she made the Frank's memo confidential is because it had an arrest warrant number or whatever she said, because that's entirely different than what she said to the Supreme Court, which was that the reason it was made confidential was because the girls' names were in it. So which one is it? I'm inclined to believe there was no reason. It's neither of those reasons.
No, she didn't want it out there at all. That's just the bottom line.
Correct. And she's like, the new lawyers, if they want to adopt that, listen, do you know how much they would have in order? She knows that there is no way that those new lawyers are going to be able to effectively argue that Frank's motion. They are not going to be able to. Yeah, they are not going to be able to in a reasonable amount of time, which is the purpose. Okay. In a reasonable amount of time, they're not going to be able to receive all the discovery, learn all the discovery, go through all the depositions that were had, go through the entire, she hasn't even gone through the entire Frank's memo and the exhibits yet, and learn it and know it well enough to argue it. She knows they're not going to be able to do that, even if they do adopt it.
But she handpicked them. So let's look at it realistically here. They're not going to adopt it. And if they do, it will be in a completely different light. But she orders them to have to redact it. That's an order she made to the new defense lawyers. She did not order beforehand for anything to be redacted. There is no court order by her saying it needs to be redacted. And the one saying that, well, it goes against the gag order. The gag order is for the media, not for court filings. So it doesn't go against any. The Franks memo doesn't go against anything.
It's like talking to someone on Twitter, and you're a judge. Like, you should know this. Like, I don't know. I just, it's like, I can't get past this. Like, I don't understand. I do not believe that she's incompetent. I do not believe that she does not know what she's doing. Like, when she does something wrong, I do not believe that she doesn't know that it's wrong. I believe she knows all of the rules well enough to know what she should and shouldn't do. And I think that the issue came from unexpected defiance, where, you know, when somebody asks you like a question and then you answer, and then they like ask a follow-up question that you're not prepared for. Like, I think that's what we're seeing. Like, I think she wasn't prepared for all these follow-up questions. She was just prepared to give her order, and then that be it.
I don't think she thought anybody was going to question it. I think she thought they were going to go away, and that was it.
Yeah.
She was done. She got rid of them. They're gone. I'll go out there and I'll play the game of what a surprise this all is to the courtroom, and then we're done. We don't have to worry about it anymore. And then all of a sudden, here comes Rosie with his filings, and she's like, "Who the hell are you?" So she sticks her filing in, saying, you guys withdrew on the 19th. Too bad." And then she tells the court clerk, remove anything that they've done. Don't even want anybody to see it. Just remove it completely, which you're not allowed to do. When is the next hearing going to be on this situation? At least this. Do you mean on the leak situation? I don't even know when I have no idea if he hasn't, when his other hearing is going to be for Mitch Westerman. No clue. We could probably look it up and see if there's one that's on his docket. Like on the Indiana court system. But there's nothing in play right now for Richard Allen, because the new attorneys have to get caught up to date before they can make any filings on anything. And so what they'll do is they'll come up with whatever they need and whatever they want, then they'll submit, and then she'll create a hearing based on whatever they're looking for. I don't think that to what Sweet Dude said, like, Judge C is not a psychopath. She knows what she's doing is wrong. I almost do buy the narrative that she thought at that moment, I'm going to prevent all of this shit from happening and becoming a bigger deal, and I'll just nip it in the bud, and they'll go away. They'll leave me alone. I'll get a new attorneys, and everything will just move on slowly or smoothly. I think she thought that.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think she expected. I think she just expected Rosie and Baldwin to just go back to their practices and go about their business. And I saw somebody, said, what would make you think this judge would bow out after taking it this far? She's too defiant and will never admit to wrongdoing. Never. And the reason that while I do agree, I think that if someone with logic, especially, let's say, somebody that was higher than her, like a mentor or someone, said, listen, we're talking, do you want to be right, or like, do you want to keep your career? I mean, because that's where we're at. Because let's say she keeps going and she just destroys her entire career. Because if the Supreme Court were to agree that she's shitted all over a defendant's rights prior to trial, what would that do to her career, if anything?
Well, this would be the same concept. Is she going to get the same little, what do you want to call it, like ultimatum or pass, like, go ahead and step down, and we won't remove you as we are the Supreme Court of Indiana, and you can just bow out gracefully? Is she going to get that same backdoor offer?
I do not think so. But I do think that So, for instance, what we saw her do with the docket, where she, did whatever she did, which then we got the response that was like, she acted like she did it all, but she really didn't do shit. Um, but she did this, whole response saying, I basically did everything they asked me to do. And so now their thing is moot, and you should just close it out and pretend like it doesn't exist anymore. Right. Kind of same thing here. Like if I don't respond, and what they want, the whole reason it's in front of the Supreme Court in the first place is because they want me gone and them reinstated. I can avoid having the Supreme Court order me to do those things by just recusing myself and reinstating them and just washing my hands of it entirely, because not all of these writs are accepted by the Supreme Court. Like when she got the notification that or when Kara said to her, we're going to be filing a writ with the Supreme Court, she probably was like, go ahead, bitch. Good luck. You know what I mean? But then it made it past the first
I'm over here.
stage.
I'm over here talking and responding to you, and I'm on mute, and you don't hear anything I'm saying. I'm like, yeah, exactly. And then I'm like, wait, you don't even hear me.
That means it's late.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So I think that's what it is. I think once she saw that the Supreme Court was actually entertaining this, they're not oblivious to the reactions of the public. So when that transcript was filed, I feel there was some excuse making, but the general consensus, even from people who didn't necessarily agree or think that Rosie was telling the truth before, I feel the general consensus at this point is that it happened exactly how he said it did. And also there were a couple extra things in there he didn't include that aren't going to look very good. And they see that. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree. I think the Supreme Court is taking this extremely seriously, and they don't accept everything. They will deny a ton of stuff that comes across their desk. For them to even add this to the docket to begin with, I was like, they actually are going to look at this. And I do think that there's a lot of people, a lot of attorneys behind the scenes that are working in collaboration to make sure that this kind of thing is known.
Yeah.
We have different sets of attorneys that are filing different parts of each writ. And then we have like the public defender counsel that's popping in on the back end like, hey, what she's doing is also going to be an issue because she's picking people and she's screwing up and setting precedent that we don't want here in the state of Indiana.
Mm-hmm. I watched the guy, he blinked a lot. He was from the public defender counsel, and he basically said, like, we exist for this reason. We don't ever want there to be a situation where a judge is able to just remove someone's counsel with no evidence presented and no rule following and specific reasons for doing so, just because they feel like it, because it does, like you just said, it sets a precedent where, well, she did it, so I'm going to do it, and I'm going to cite what she did here, and they allowed it, and I'm going to do it myself.
And they're going to have to allow it because that's exactly what precedent is, and this is going to change the precedent for the state of Indiana. And that's the biggest reason I think that there will be there's something going to come of this. Do I think that she's going to step down? Do I think she's going to recuse herself? I mean, I have all kinds of theories, but the bigger picture is that what she's doing is creating a problem for future trials that she may not even have a part of. And that's what the Supreme Court's, that's what they're there for, is to make sure that those things are set in stone so it doesn't affect future trials. So if she's doing something that is allowed, and now that the Supreme Court's here and if they continue to allow it, that's going to create future issues long after Goal's not even a judge and when she's gone. They can't do that. So they have to make decisions. Something will come of this. What that is, I just don't know. I agree with Jake. She's high and mighty, and I think she's full of herself. I totally agree with you, Kay. I just feel like this is like almost like a little mini backdoor option that she's like, if I feel like I'm going to lose or that something could happen, I have now set this up where I can just say, well, I'm just going to recuse myself due to, doctor recommendations at this time.
Mm.
And maybe she was sick, and I'm not saying that she wasn't, but I think it's a nice little backdoor option for her.
Well, because why did you say it? Why did you say it now? The Supreme Court was saying, okay, you have to file your responses at such and such a date. You didn't bring it up then. Why now?
So somebody was mentioning, it might have been Kay actually that even said this, and if I'm wrong, I apologize, Kay, that she could be using it to create more time in her allowing her to respond.
I can see that, but I do not believe that they'll do that. They already made themselves clear that there would be no further extensions. I mean, she's not feeling well, but she's home. I mean,
she also has attorneys. She doesn't have to do it all herself.
Correct. She's not writing this.
She has attorneys, and she's not out there having to put all the stuff back on the court, the court system. She doesn't do that herself. She's already she just has to put the order in for the clerk to do it and to fix it, which she's done part of. She just hasn't done all of it.
Yep.
So she doesn't have to do all of that stuff herself. She has to sign off on some of the pending things, which I was saying she is obviously still working on the case because she signed off on removing another attorney back a few months back had put in a notice to appear, and she finally removed them after they had requested to be removed. So I mean, she's cleaning certain things up. Right. Mm-hmm.
What would be even more interesting is if the Supreme Court doesn't let her recuse herself. Or
you think they wouldn't?
I don't know.
They appointed her. They can, and I think they'd let her step down.
But what if I'm just thinking, not everyone is going to bring something like this to the Supreme Court. Not everyone's going to be able to, and not everyone's going to. So while we're talking about precedent, will they want to have some type of record so that this can't happen on a lower level? Does that make any sense?
No, say that one more time.
I'm just thinking, if she escapes this, what happens if this happens again? And
I see what you mean.
The attorneys that jump in don't write a good enough writ, and it doesn't get through to the Supreme. What's going to stop this from happening again to where it just slides under the radar because somebody wasn't able to get it in front of the Supreme Court?
Well, that's why I think something will happen, because there's definitely take out how we feel about the whole Baldwin, Rosie, whatnot thing. There are things that she's doing that go against the actual court rules. Right. So is it worth being removed for? This is kind of the same concept of what we do talk about with Baldwin and Rosie is, did what happened, is it substantial enough to equate to them being removed as the attorneys of record? This is going to be the same thing. Is her issues that she's having and not actually, cleaning up her docket, and that she's making these ex parte meetings and doing all this, side stuff that she's not allowed to do per court rules, is it enough to actually have her disqualified? We're in the same boat, because this is essentially her due process that she did not give to Baldwin and Rosie. She's getting that now with the Supreme Court. So I see your point. If this happens again in the future, what if nobody can actually get into the Supreme Court to do anything about it? This is what I think will happen. I think the Supreme Court will have to make some determinations to fix the actual misconduct and the rules that are being violated, regardless of the outcome of her being recused or her being disqualified or the other attorneys being reinstated. Something will come of this regardless, so that she cannot continue to make those same mistakes, whether she stays on this trial or not. And that's why I think I said it before you came in, regardless of how we feel or what we think should happen, once the Supreme Court rules on this, like, we have to accept that as the final piece. That's it. It is what it is, and we can't spend the rest of our time, working on or talking about what would have happened if it had come out differently. Like, we can't. Once it's done, it's done. If she stays, she stays. If the new attorneys stay, the new attorneys stay, and we have to collectively move on from this, regardless of how we feel about it. The problem is going to be for her at this point, if she doesn't get disqualified, is going to be the perception of impropriety. That is going to be a huge issue in the rest of this case. And I firmly believe if she stays, this is setting up a valid appeals processes for the rest of Richard Allen's time and the rest of the family's lives. That's where I'm at with it. And I feel like if there should still be another judge that comes in and determines whether Baldwin and or Rosie committed gross negligence. Somebody needs to still make that legal determination. And if either or both should stay on the case. And now, if the Supreme Court's going to do it, perfect. But that's not necessarily part of the writ. But somebody needs to decide that, because otherwise, once again, you're just setting Richard Allen up for the ability to appeal this years and years down the road. And he has the right to appeal anyway, but most appeals are denied. I just want to say this is my problem with it, is the appeals that are not denied, and we're setting it up for him to have appeals that aren't denied. That's my piece. So why do I think that they put him in prison and not in the county jail? Well, from my understanding, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that Carroll County was under a bit of construction at the time that this was all going on, and he was not going to be safe in the Carroll County jail. So they put him into the prison for safekeeping, and he also had talked of suicide. So they put him there for mental health evaluations. I think my bigger issue is why, when it was first offered that Cass County could take him on and take him in and provide the things that he needed, that anybody from the investigator prosecutor side fought against it. That's weird to me. Why do you care, as the prosecutors and the investigators, if he's in Westville or if he's in Cass County? That doesn't, it's not about, you're not driving. The investigators aren't going to go talk to him. They can't talk to him anymore. You know what I mean? So isn't it more important that he's somewhere that he's, one, safe, and two, that his attorneys have access to him? So I just never understood the fight against it. I actually do understand the move to do it, but maybe I'm wrong and it wasn't under construction and there wasn't any issues. So somebody will correct me if I'm wrong.
My issue with that whole thing is not having anything like concrete, like Liggett or Lesenby can say, he said, he made some comments whenever we got to the jail that, he was going to do this or that. But is there documentation that says that? And
which part?
Wouldn't that he was going to hurt himself? Like, originally it started, he was moved based on a motion by the sheriff, a request
for
by the
safekeeping.
sheriff. Then he was moved. Then it was said that he got there and made comments about hurting himself. So they put him in solitary. And it's like, it's like, okay, well, so like, what were the comments? Not to us necessarily, but is there a record of what these comments were? If someone makes comments and you send them to solitary, I would imagine that the goal would be to like rehabilitate them mentally to where you can move on, because being in solitary with no help is not going to help you wanting to hurt yourself. In fact, it can have lasting effects in the opposite direction, no matter, even if you were only there for 30 days. So I feel like if anybody were to ask specifically why he's there, the fact that there's several answers feels like no answer is good enough, and he probably shouldn't be there.
That's where I feel like the circle of it comes into play of, they say that he's there to help with his mental health, but then on the flip side, being in a prison is actually very terrible for your mental health, especially when you're locked up 23 hours a day. And then the excuse of why not to move them to Cass County was because they don't even have a basketball hoop. And I thought that was like the weirdest argument. I was like, okay, so is Richard Allen like 5'4" or 5'6" out there? Is that like his favorite pastime? Is to like be out his 1 hour a day playing basketball? Like that was the weirdest argument to me. I was like, okay, that Cass County doesn't have a basketball hoop. Okay, great. So, but the mental
like
health thing, it's
master.
a circle. Now have some outside people come in and let's discuss the mental health of prisoners in general, much less one who's not convicted of the crime and who at this point is technically innocent because he's not been proven guilty in a court of law, which is what our system requires to be confirmed as innocent or as guilty. And now you put them into this place, and because he's in solitary, guess who else is in solitary? The people around him are not the best people. They're some of the worst people that are in the prisons. Like make it make sense. I don't know how you can prove one way or the other. And then she says in her thing, well, you were like making things up, and I'm pretty sure that the prosecution did a good job of showing that you were putting misinformation, or I don't remember what her terminology was now, and what was happening to him at the prison, because their witnesses were the guards and the warden of the prison.
Yep.
And so they did a good job proving they were wrong. What?
Like I was thinking that same thing when I was reading it. I was like, did this crazy bitch really think that they were going to come in and be like, oh yeah, we were pissing in his food and like keeping the lights on so he couldn't sleep and like fucking with his medicine, and you know what I mean? Like she really think that they were going to come in and say that? Like, come on.
Horror stories. Yeah.
And you know
okay,
what
so Mike says, do you remember, Sleuthy, do you remember him waiving his right to a speedy trial? I don't remember that per se, but obviously he did because he was reinstating it. And they said that he was going to reinstate it. So you can waive your right to a speedy trial at any time. You can waive it, and you can what do you call it? Like, reactivate it anytime you want to. So you still have to there's still the 70 days or 90 days, depending on what state you're in, that the prosecution then has to take you to trial. They can't do anything else but take you to trial within that time frame. So you can reinstate your right to a speedy trial. I do not remember him waiving his right to a speedy trial, though, per se. But here's another weird thing, and I've been trying to find it. I don't remember him waiving his preliminary hearing. I don't know. I don't know if it's in the 118 documents that I don't have labeled still, and it's in there somewhere. When the hell did he waive his right to a preliminary?
I'm sure it's in there somewhere. It's just labeled.
I just don't know where the hell it is.
Well, I mean, it's hard. It's really hard to tell. I mean, I don't know. I keep going back to in my head about like him being sent to prison. Like he was sent to prison like with no attorneys.
Right. He didn't have an attorney yet because at that point he was going to hire his own.
Yeah.
So the judge made a safekeeping call, which they can do, determining on just where he's going to be held. But yeah, that was when he was going to hire his own attorneys.
But I feel like until like, can't you appoint in the meantime? Like if there was this safekeeping thing and you were like, okay, like this is serious. We know you haven't had an opportunity to hire a lawyer yet, but like this needs handled right now. So if you can't hire an attorney today, we need to give you a public defender to be present so that you understand what we're doing here before we do it. But he didn't. They didn't. So
no, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah. So I don't understand. And I also, what irritates me about this, and also that thing that you were talking about like reinstating your speedy trial. Scremin, who's his attorney now, I was reading like an article about him. It's some kind of rule, something or other. I forget what it's called. That they have out there. There's like 70 days, 6 months, 9 months. I'm just throwing those three things out there. And
okay.
Based off of different criteria, when you submit like your motion for that, they have to take you to trial within that number of days or let you go.
Right.
So, and that's what, so it's like a fallback for if you do waive. So let's just say you waive your speedy trial and then you get stuck, you get stuck like Sarah Boone, like after years and years and years and like 7 attorneys and you were finally like, fuck this, like I want to go to trial. If you done waived your speedy trial, like that's just too bad. You know what I mean? Like you're just gonna have to wait till everybody's ready. But here they have,
you can reinstate it.
yeah, here they have this, you know, these 3 different options or whatever. And that's essentially what these attorneys are doing, is saying as soon as we're reinstated, and it's crazy to me because if you look back at the emails and stuff between them, October the 2nd, which according to Nick McClelland in
Ooh, don't get me
his,
started.
well, in that transcript, according to McClelland, on the 19th, he had been investigating this leak night and day for 17 days, which puts you to October the 2nd.
There wasn't even a fucking leak yet.
Which is 4 days before the defense and the judge knew about it. But it's also the day that they had a conference call and the defense was asked by the judge if they were going to need a continuance. And they said, nope. In fact, we're going to file this thing once it's, you know, whatever 70 days prior to January 8th is, which would land sometime in November. When that happens, we're going to be filing that notice to let you guys know that we want to go to trial within 70 days.
Yep.
That same
That's the
day,
4th,
this
though.
motherfucker started investigating a leak.
Well, no, because there technically wasn't even a leak yet, right? But then if you listen to what the people who are quote unquote in the know and are friends with the investigators, they say they've been investigating a leak since the middle of or the beginning of September. So who is really investigating it? And why is a prosecutor spending his time investigating a leak?
Correct.
Since when is the prosecutor an investigator?
Correct.
Like, so, but the 2nd is when they actually, that's the day they requested the discovery deadline and they got it for November 1st. That's the 2nd. And then the 4th is when they come in and they're like, no, we don't need a continuance. Everything surrounds the 4th, everything. And that's why I'm like, how many coincidences does it take before it's not a coincidence anymore? Everything surrounds these deadlines that the defense was putting in play and said, hey, no, we're ready. And here, January 8th, we want to go to trial. And we're not asking, because the judge is like, I assume you're going to be asking for a continuance. And they're like, no, we don't actually want one. Like in their transfer, or in their motion.
And they told them that they were going to file that 70-day notice.
Yep.
And then people got scared.
All of a sudden,
they weren't ready.
And that's what I said. Like, so here's the thing. So then why is it on the 4th is when Mark Robert has to post the picture of the tree? And according to Mark's friends, Mark posted it because Robert Fortson was doing his best on the 4th to try to post this picture of a tree, but nobody would accept it. They kept declining his post on the 4th. Now, back that up. The whole excuse was that they needed to post this picture of the tree to prove that Barbara McDonald was wrong. Why, when she said the F tree looked the way it did on September 19th, why did we wait until October 4th to have to prove Barbara McDonald wrong?
Right.
What's going on? Give me a break. Come on.
And why did
and then you
have to be posted on the 4th?
You got to remember, when you read the emails, Mark didn't get the pictures until the 3rd. And when I asked her, how do you know Mark didn't get the pictures till the 3rd? She doesn't have an answer. The time is too much for me. It's too much for me.
It's like, it's insulting to people's intelligence that, like, clearly something is off, and the timing of everything is impossible.
Right. That's what frustrates me the most, is not that people believe that he's guilty. It's that they don't believe that there's something off, that there's something more happening. that's more frustrating to me than anything, because I'm like, come on, especially
For
people
sure.
who followed any true crime cases and they know how the flow of this kind of stuff happens. That you know in your heart of hearts, whether you think he's innocent or guilty, you know something's wrong here. Like, you know that. And so like the ones that are like, he's guilty and this is it, and who gives a shit about the rest? I'm like, this is the whole. Were you here yesterday when I blamed you for murder, by the way?
Me? No.
I think you left at that time, but I did. It was like I did this whole thing about evidence, and if I walk in and I say, to the police station, I say I murdered all my neighbors and so on and so forth, and they can't arrest me without any evidence that I actually murdered all my neighbors. So somebody in chat was like, well, okay, well, what do you think if there was, if he had actually admitted it to somebody or had given them a piece of evidence that supported that he was guilty? And so I actually used you as an example. Like, if you came to my house and gave me a piece of evidence and said that, you had committed this crime, and I now turn this evidence over to police, how do the police prove that I didn't commit the crime?
Right. Like, how do they know that? Because I essentially could say, I didn't give her enough. I didn't give her that.
Right.
Or
like, how does any of that get proven? So it was like, that's not enough to just say, yeah, this person is guilty beyond all reasonable doubt and throw him in prison. So, and that was the whole point of that, was because these other channels are just like ignoring all the steps that it takes to actually prove somebody guilty and just making them guilty. I also summarized it like, if I'm running a relay and there's 4 legs to the relay, I can't just run the first and the fourth leg and say I won. I still there's somebody has to run the second and the third leg of the race. Otherwise, I didn't win. Like, you can't get rid of all the other steps just because you want to.
you can't take an Uber to the end?
No, and then be like, look, I won. So people are like, yeah, see, he's guilty. So none of this other shit matters. Who gives a shit about Baldwin? Who gives a shit about Rosie? Who gives a shit about his constitutional rights? Who gives a shit about the attorney's constitutional rights? Because he's guilty, so none of it matters. And that's why I'm like, you can't just go from the first leg to the fourth leg and be like, yeah, I'm done. It doesn't work that way. You have to be in the second, or wherever we are, the second or the third leg, whatever one you want to call it. You have to be here in the middle and realize there's something fishy. Now, do I know what the fishy is? No, I just know there's something there, so I keep talking about it, trying to figure it out.
Yeah. And it's like, you understand that well, maybe some people don't, but it's difficult to see the misunderstanding that certain things happen, and the question will be, well, what does that matter? And it's like, well, it matters because the integrity of this particular thing is, how can you come to a conclusion if you don't know the integrity of this thing?
Right.
So
They
it's
skip
like,
all that. That doesn't matter.
yeah.
Because he's guilty. And because
And
he's
they're
guilty,
like,
the rest of it doesn't
but
matter.
how do you know? How can you know for sure? Like, how it's like someone saying, I killed them. Well, I'm going to need more than that, because
Right.
that
I can't just
doesn't.
arrest you on that.
Yeah. So then I look at like other people who did provide more than that, and they're like, oh, people make false confessions all the time. And it's like, what? Like, with information? What do you mean? Like, all it would take me as a juror is for you to show me a video of somebody on, the day that uh the girls were found, if not before they were found, and them saying, my brother came to me and they told me, my brother came to me earlier today and told me all these things, and that, one of the girls' names was Abigail, and they were on a bridge somewhere, and we live 140 miles away, and immediately there's my reasonable doubt. And I think that is reasonable. But
Mm-hmm.
when you talk about investigations and like doing things the right way and not skipping stuff and not essentially fabricating evidence to fit the person that you think did it, it's because even if that person did do it, how can you ever actually know?
I
How can you ever
agree.
actually know? And so I just don't understand. A lot of the people that are saying stuff like this are the same people that claim this is happening in other places. But like when it's actually happening, they like fail to recognize it. Like they'll speculate it's happening elsewhere, but when it's right in front of their face here on this case, they're like, no,
No,
he's
because it
guilty as
doesn't
sin.
work. Right. It doesn't work because they've already determined the guilt. And that's the issue. So, and here's another thing, and I'm probably gonna have to wrap it up because it is dinner time here. But another thing that I want to ask you what you think. Everybody, I shouldn't say everybody. I always lump everybody into the same thing, but some people, some people suggest, yeah, we are the
Who the
people.
fuck is everybody?
Who the fuck is everybody? I know everybody. Some of us, some do and some don't. If people are like, so you don't trust law enforcement. This is a thing that I get in my comment section a lot. You don't trust law enforcement. And my dad's my dad was a retired police officer before he passed away, and my uncle was a police officer. My cousin is a police officer. I have a lot of law enforcement family. I absolutely respect law enforcement. I went to school when I graduated high school I wanted to be a homicide detective. It's what I wanted to do to begin with, and then I got into retail. That's a whole nother story. But anyway. I respect law enforcement, but I get this comment a lot of, so you think that law enforcement's just lying? And then my response is always the same. So you think law enforcement is lying? And people don't necessarily get what I mean when I say this to them, because law enforcement is Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're all law enforcement that were well respected enough to be asked to be on an FBI task force. And they're the ones who do believe that the Odinist angle, not necessarily Odinists, but the Nordic paganist angle is the right group of people. Mm-hmm. So how does it mean that I think that law enforcement is lying, but then you guys don't also think that law enforcement is lying? You see,
because you are implying that the one who is confirming who they believe is guilty is lying. Do you see what I mean? You're
right.
The random retired man who was so ate up with concern in his retirement that he hired a lawyer to write a letter to send it certified mail so that they would have a receipt for it, because he was concerned that the case he had spent years building on other people was far stronger than what he was seeing on Richard Allen, and still didn't brush it off like they were wrong, but was like, I need to understand. And then was brought in thinking they were going to explain to him and he would feel better when he left. And it wasn't. And so that's a problem. I don't think that, I think some law enforcement lie, of course. Yeah. And when I say that, I don't even necessarily always mean that it's like, I hate when, like with Brian Koberger, I hate when people say to me, so you're saying he was framed? And I'm like, cops literally, I couldn't count on one hand probably the number of times people are framed by police. However,
right,
it does happen where they truly, truly believe they know who did it, and the investigation builds evidence around that person. Because like we've seen with these other people of interest in this particular case, the Delphi case, you can build a strong case against somebody. You really can, if they are your main focus. And so it's not necessarily out of being malicious or just framing innocent people, but wanting to want and desire to get someone who you believe is guilty and a bad person off the streets. Does that make any sense? And
yeah, well, I mean, like you were saying, like with the people that are in this, that they've already looked at in this case, if you look at it, how many people were quote unquote had to be cleared? Well, you had, like, they were focused on my opinion is I actually think they were focused on Brad Weber first, and then I think they switched it to Ron Logan. And that's why you don't see the search warrants happening right away, because I think their initial instinct was that it was Brad Weber. And then I think they went to Ron Logan and potentially even like a little Jimmy Duvall up in that area, time frame. And they go to Ron Logan. And then you see a huge shift too. And there's a couple other people in there, because then they had like the Chadwell and they had Daniel Nations, and they were, putting the pieces together and then when they ran out of all those people, it went to Keegan Kline, who the FBI had already said they did not actually believe had anything to do with the murders. The FBI had already cleared the Klines, essentially.
Yeah.
And then they went on, and then this group, the Unified Command, was doing everything they possibly could to make it so it was Keegan Kline, which is why I do believe they were feeding like info like that to Murder Sheet, was to try to get some form of confession about this red Jeep, or that they were in the area, and so on and so forth. And then everything was being pushed to there. When that didn't work out, they got a new one. And not to say that you're not supposed to go through suspects and go through the process and get rid of, your persons of interest with a thorough follow through, but you can see the whole case against Ron Logan, everything they did. And then you have, and whether you believe it or not, it's completely different. But like Ron Logan gets put in jail, and his friends came forward and said they were essentially like torturing him while he was there. They were making him eat hard food while not giving him his dentures, and doing things which, in my opinion, is to push somebody for a confession. That's kind of what they do, is they want them to be miserable, and they want them to try to plea and say, hey, I did it. Just put me in a nice little comfy place and I can live the rest of my life there. Mm-hmm. But when all those things end, the finale for them, right? Okay, this person of interest is no longer here. My issue is why the Holder, the Westfall, the Elvis Fields, that whole group, and not just one of them in particular, because I don't know exactly how I feel about that whole group yet. There's no finality. There's no finality to it. You know what I mean? It doesn't. Yeah. The investigation is not over. There's nothing that takes them from thinking that it couldn't be these guys anymore. There's nothing that stops that investigation besides just them saying it's not them. You see what I mean? Like, my struggle is so you have all those different pieces, and so now, well, Richard Allen just fits, or do you have enough evidence to show that it's not the other people? And I feel like with the Click and the Ferenczi and the Murphy, they did believe that. They still believe that. Like you said, they send the certified letter, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit to finish that part of the investigation until they're called out on it. And if they really thought they had the right guy, and they really felt like they had actually finished up that investigation, they wouldn't have been calling Westfall in. They wouldn't have been calling Holder in. They wouldn't have been calling the kids in.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
They definitely did. They definitely did call in Patrick Westfall's child, who he claimed was his alibi many years ago. I think it's a good point that they made so for instance, when they're talking about Elvis in the memo, and there's a section, one of the footnotes mentions that Elvis's lawyer called and spoke to some trooper and said that he would not be taking a polygraph test, which I believe was the best thing to advise. And whoever she spoke to said that if he was not going to come in and take a polygraph, that he would always be considered a witness, or he couldn't be ruled out as a witness, and might be considered a person of interest, because there would be no way to exclude him as a person of interest. Okay. Then hung up the phone and marked down that no further leads were required of Elvis.
Yeah, he's done.
So
they don't need anything else.
So how do you say that out of one side of your mouth to the lawyer, and then immediately following that conversation say something totally different out of the other side of your mouth? So, and then with Brad Holder's alibi, it's like, and I agree with you. I want to know what was done to run this to the very end of its possibilities. So
Nothing.
I get that you called the HR lady, and the HR lady said, yeah, he's punched in here. And I get that the HR lady said, there's cameras, but where's the information where you gathered that camera footage and you confirmed? Like, anybody can say anything. People lie. Everybody lies.
Right?
So
there's no proof to back up that he was ever there because they didn't follow it up. Which, if I was Brad Holder, I'd almost be pissed off at.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't do it, and you guys are just like not actually proving that I didn't do it, now it's 7 years later, and I can't prove I didn't do it. You know, and he doesn't work there anymore. There's no way that surveillance footage is still around. You know what I mean? Like, I would be like, like, you freaking assholes. Why didn't you follow up and get all this stuff so that I was cleared? Yep. So, like Johnny Messer is interesting because there are comments on his Facebook that talk about that he was cleared of the investigation, that he was cleared of this crime.
Well, where?
And I'm like,
because
where? What was done to clear him?
Because as far as we know, law enforcement sat there and now whether it's the girls or not, as far as we know, law enforcement sat there and listened to multiple recorded phone calls where Johnny Messer's talking about finding someone to kill.
Yes.
People.
Yes.
So, I mean, even if the girl was lying, you know, if she was a burnt up ex and she was lying about the blood on the car, let's just say, how do you explain those phone calls where you're hearing his voice? And also, I have to go back and look at the exact wording where it mentions, in one of the filings recently, well, one of the last ones that the defense did was something about multiple warrants out of a certain county. Me and Bob were trying to figure out how we could finagle to find out who that was, because once they've been served, they're public record. But if you don't know the name of the person, it's really difficult. So,
for which part?
They were talking about warrants that were served in another county. I can't remember the county. And like whatever information was gotten was where people were talking about killing somebody with a knife. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So it's like, what's up with those? You know, I can let this be my final grievance because I know you're tired and I am too. But something else.
Our final grievance for right now. Because we've got more.
Something else that irritates me is when, like, if I ask you, okay, what evidence have you seen that points to Richard Allen being guilty? That's a reasonable question. If you feel that he's guilty, then you should be able to pick pieces of why you think that he's guilty. You can't ask me what reasons and evidence prove to you why I think he's innocent, because he is. I don't have to prove that he's innocent. Do you know what I mean?
That's a prosecutor thing. Yeah, that's the law enforcement side of things. What makes you think he's innocent? And it's like the lack of stuff from the other side. It's a negative. It's a void.
But your baseline is innocent. Like, you don't.
Right.
There doesn't need to be any reasons. Like, there, in no world do I need to convince anybody that someone is innocent. That is absurd. And so saying to me, what evidence, it's like,
you're preaching to the choir here, girl.
It's so like, could you imagine if like a crime happened, or let's say like you get pulled over, right? And the cop's like, you were speeding. And you were like, I wasn't speeding. And he was like, well, show me the evidence you weren't speeding. What the fuck are you going to say or do?
You can't do that.
And they're like,
I have a dash
you
cam
weren't
that
speeding, then I'm going to take you to jail right now and tow your car. What?
You're right.
It makes no sense.
So I can tell you, I was putting together this whole thing for doing a live on why I believe that Richard Allen is the right guy. And I'm struggling. I'll be honest with you. It is a struggle. And a lot of it has to do with like, even when I asked Ruckus, I'm going to go both ways here. I want to why is he innocent? Why is he guilty? What, where are we at? And I asked Ruckus, what made him switch over? And he named 5 things, which is the typical ones that we do here. It's that the witnesses saw him.
Because it's the only things in the probable cause affidavit.
Right. The witnesses saw him. He says he was there, talks about the clothes, the bullet, and that he confessed. And all of those things, if taken into a different context and put together, could actually speak to being innocent. You know what I'm saying? Because let's talk about, so if he says he was there and it's proven, we can go with the guilty or the innocent side here. And I don't want us to get too far into it because, like I said, now I've been on here for 4 hours. But if you go, we'll just take that one piece of information and we'll go from there. You go, okay, so he says he was there. If it's proven he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, then it's more likely than not that he could potentially be the right guy. If it's proven that he was there from 12:30 to 1:30, then it's a pretty good indication that he's not the right guy, right? So innocent.
I want
now,
to know,
if you can't prove it either way, this is where your comment comes into play. If you cannot prove what time he was there, whether it be 12:30 to 10 o'clock at night, if you can't prove when he was there, then it's null and void to me because he's innocent.
Right.
So you have to be able to prove to me when he was there. And even in their own documents, they change the verbiage. He says he was there between 1:30 and 3:30, and it also says he was there from 1:30 to 3:30.
Right.
Which
the ones that say from are written. The recorded interview that they gave to the judge with a timestamp on it, he says that he was there from noon to 1:30. So let's say that we don't have any other evidence to put him there at particular times, okay? Which is weird because he did say he was on his phone. So let's say we don't have any other way to pinpoint exactly what times he was there and when he left. And we're only going off of when he said that he was there, which is what everybody uses. He said he was there. Which one is going to hold more weight and credibility? Is it going to be a written narrative of what you remember him saying in an interview when you went to go write it in the system later that day, but you don't know where the recording is? Or is it going to be in a interrogation that is recorded, and each time he's asked, he says, I was there from noon to 1:30. So if you're going off of 1:30, or let's just say, we don't even know, Doolin might come up and say, I didn't specify. I don't know why he would say, were you there between 1:30 and 3:30? That's an odd, because you would have to have already assumed that the girls were already deceased by 3:30 and the person that did it was gone. So I don't know why you would say
that. They did assume that, because remember, Erskine says that. He says everything was done by 3:30.
Well,
which then also leads to, if that is what you believe, and you do have that time frame, that has to tell you that the guy walking on 300 North of 357 is not the same guy.
Yeah. I just think that if you're going to go, if the part that holds more weight is what he said was that he was there from noon to 1:30, and these other witnesses are correct. Nobody can say that it was him that they saw. And if Betsy Blair did see that other vehicle, that Comet, that old vehicle and shit like that, I just don't see how you could possibly place him there to have been the killer if he left almost 10 minutes before the girls even arrived.
Right.
You see what I mean? Like,
yep.
Even if he left at whatever time he was on camp, I think it was 1:37 maybe. I don't have it in front of me. Even if that's when he left, they were still alive. So his timing was off. But if he was gone, I guess you could get into, well, it wasn't him driving his car when it pulled away. I guess you could get into that. Um, but the state
Well,
can't give you such
how do you
garbage
say that the
explanation.
witnesses are credible? How are the witnesses credible for seeing this guy, but those same exact witnesses are not credible when it comes to seeing the car? How do you get around that as a prosecutor? So we believe you saw the guy, but we don't believe you saw the right car. But we think that your eyesight is good enough to see this, but it's not good enough to see that. Because that's essentially what's going to happen is you have 3 witnesses who say they saw a different car there. You also have a 4th witness who says he saw a completely different car parked on the street that nobody's even identified. And then you also have Sarah Carbaugh, who is, this big key witness at this 3:57 time, and she didn't see any car.
Yeah.
So what the hell was he walking to?
I know that there's
So
people that
you can't pick and your witnesses are, if your witnesses are really good and you say, okay, these are the right people, they saw what they saw and we're going to trust them, then you got to trust what they saw with the car, and then it's not his car. That's how I feel about it. That's why I think they're a bunch of shit.
Well, I think it'd be,
but eyewitnesses in general.
I think it would be difficult for, let's say, McClellan to argue that Betsy, like when Liggett wrote that affidavit, you know how I'm even more so inclined to believe that she actually did say the things that she said about the car, is that it was specifically left out. Like the affidavit only says that Betsy saw a car. It made no effort to say what kind of car she saw, just the way that it parked. And then it even mentions that they drew diagrams and both of their diagrams were right, but fails to mention that both of them are describing the same car or a same car of the same color. Like her entire thing was left out. Now, you could say, well, he didn't lie because he left it out. But with this Frank's thing, purposely omitting things in order to establish your probable cause, which you needed her to have seen that car because you're saying that's his car. It is still a lie.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because now she can't, like you said, she can't testify because the first thing the defense would say is, what'd the car look like?
Nobody will be able to tell you because they're all going to tell you a different car. Yeah. But this is why I don't think that the eyewitnesses are going to be part of a huge part of testimony anyway. It would be very surprising to me that they would be, because you can't rely on any of them. And then the funny thing about the car and her putting on there like where she saw the car, and then Terry Wilson, who was driving by, also says and draws the picture of where he puts the car, and it's in the same, general location, so they believe it's the same car, which I think is funny, number one. But number two, they don't see the same car. It's a totally different car. He sees a PT Cruiser, and she,
like, who's going to be the witness in the trial?
I don't know. I'd be surprised that any of them are going to be.
But then,
and then how do you have Sarah Carbaugh? How do you have Sarah Carbaugh testify that she saw this guy walking down the road at 3:57 who looked like this? And then if you put Betsy Blair on the stand and says, I saw this guy 50 feet away and he looked like this, and they actually give the description of what they saw beforehand, make it, those two people are not the same person.
Right. I'm confused who the state would plan to even call. Like, let's say they do keep out all the witnesses because all of them,
That's what I think.
How could they possibly leave out Riley when they're using her for the timeline? You know what I'm saying?
It might be her. It might be her.
Well, they use Betsy for the timeline too, because she saw someone standing out on the,
makes sense platform. Because Betsy Blair, if you're going to put her on the stand, she's going to tell you what kind of car she saw. So Betsy Blair is going to be a tough one, even with the timeline, because she's going to tell you that she saw a completely different car. So Riley isn't. Riley is probably the most accurate out of all 4 of those girls. And I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I am almost positive. Is Riley the one who said he was in all black? I don't even want to bring it up because I actually don't remember.
Yes.
Is she the one that said it was all black?
Yes, and her head came up to his shoulder. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
know how I don't know how you're gonna use any of these witnesses, to be honest with you. I think the witnesses are good enough for the probable cause, but I don't think they're good enough for the guilt. So I don't see them putting it on there.
you'll put the
What I
bullet
would
lady on, obviously. You'll put the bullet
what I
lady
see is
on.
they put on the detective, they put Liggett
Yep.
on, and Liggett goes through. Was it Bree? Thank you. I have a prophecy. Yes, I couldn't remember which
That's
one
right.
said
It was
what.
free. Yeah, it was free.
I can't. I've got it
And
all written down. But I can't remember it off the top of my head. But
to
if
be
you
clear,
have, if
Bree was who I meant, period. Like, she's the one that established the timeline and all that. That's what I meant.
they're not going to use Bree. No, they'd use Riley. Rayleigh. I don't know if you say if her name's actually said Rayleigh because it's an RA, but they'd use her because she's the one who took the selfie and she's the one who creates the timeline. It's her selfie with her sister.
Yeah, but if Mark is sharing the actual photo, I have a couple issues with that. Number one is it's saved. So the timestamp of when it was is because she sent the picture to mom and mom saved it in her photo album in her phone. And when she saved it in her photo album on her phone, it's saved as 120. Like, you could see at the top, it's an iPhone. You could see at the top that it says 127 or whatever on February 13th. But that doesn't mean she could have sent that at 10 a.m. Number one. And number two, it didn't look like to me they were sitting on a bench. It looked to me like they were down by the water.
Walking.
It
I
looked
have to
like,
go back and look at it closer.
yeah,
It's so close to their faces, it's hard to tell what's behind it.
yeah. It
You know what I
looks
mean?
like,
Let me see if I can
it
pull
almost
it up
looks
real
like a
quick.
bank if you go back and look at it. So, I mean, it would have data in it, but I don't know.
Yeah, they did
Same
get
thing.
some metadata from it. They did talk to her quickly, so that's another positive. Is they actually did have a conversation with her fairly quickly versus Bree, who they
Bree?
didn't talk to at all for a long
Oh
time.
yeah,
No, I'm talking about
3
Riley.
years.
Riley.
3 years they didn't talk to her,
Right.
even though she was at the police station that night with Kelsey.
Yeah, she didn't bother to have a conversation then.
And also the Snapchat thing. So it was 207, and something that's always bothered me about this is how did they come up with that 207 timestamp? Because like it didn't change, right? And
This has been a point of contention for me.
Yeah, when you look
How
at
did
a
they know it
Snapchat,
was posted at 207?
yeah, when you look at a Snapchat, it'll say 7 hours ago. So if you're looking at it at 9:07, which seems about right for when this boy or whatever noticed it, or whatever the story is, just because it says 7 hours ago doesn't mean that it's 7 hours from 9:07 when I'm looking at it. It could be 2 o'clock. It could be 1:53. It's just not yet been 8 hours. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I hope that, and like the video, was the video a Snapchat video or was it a video on her phone? Do we even know that?
For whose?
The video of the guy on the bridge. Was it from her recording a Snapchat?
Okay, so I don't want to get to, you're gonna make me stand here forever with you because I can literally talk about this all night. But I'll show you something very weird. No, I want to show you because it's very important. If you look at the pictures, from when it very first came out that there was this BG, right? That there was this bridge guy.
Mm-hmm.
Pay attention to the angles of the pictures and versus the video from her phone. They're very, very different angles. And I'll show it to you. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab them really quick to show you. They're not the same angle. It's almost like, remember at the very beginning, people were saying that they got his picture from a trail cam. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then it changed to that she recorded it. I'm thinking it might be both. I'm going to grab these pictures real quick so I can show them. Because the angle's not the same.
Well, and I
Hold
have
on.
seen people look at it like frame by frame and put two different frames together and it looks like two different individuals.
But it's not the same. It's not the direction of the picture is not the same. I gotta find them first though.
Well, that would mess with the height of the individual, and it would also.
I'm going to show you so you guys can tell me what you think, because this is just my personal opinion. So I like to figure out what I'm thinking has any validity to it. I just gotta find the right picture first. Where the hell is it? You guys in chat know what I'm talking about? Which leads more to the credence that is it fake, but
What I think I should do is tell you I love you and thanks for having me and jump down into the
no,
chat
don't leave me yet. Don't leave me yet.
so that whatever you put up, I won't lead you into another conversation. But you should zoom in though on this picture though and tell me if that doesn't look like a bank behind them.
Here, hold on. Let me send this to myself real quick so I can show you. We're zooming on this one. Well, I've never been there, so it's really hard because I mean, it definitely is a bank, but I cannot tell. Is this a bench right here? What is that? I don't know the area well enough to know, would there be any like incline going up to the road right there? That'd have to be for somebody who actually has been there and knows more than I do. Maybe I can go back and look at the people who are, the other people who've gone and walked the trail to film it for us so I can pay more attention to where that bench is.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me save this. I cannot tell exactly where that would be. It's too close to them.
Yeah.
Let me just save this real quick so I can show you. Look at the angle of this. Can you see it or no?
That looks super clear too.
I don't know, but doesn't it? Okay, so if Libby's...
Why does he look stretched?
If Libby's down on the ground, because Libby was off the bridge when it was taken, and hers is lower. Do I still have it right here? Let me see if I can get it to play. This is definitely a downward angle, right? She would be the same height as him, right? 5'4". Sure. And then if she's off the bridge, she's going to be shorter than him.
That looks weird. His torso looks stretched. That looks more normal. Now
check the angle. It's straight on. See, like how she would be lower. Like the bridge is even up a little bit higher. And then take it back to the picture where it looks like it's a downward angle.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just, that's why I said this is the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night, because I'm like, that is from something else. That is not from her phone. It's not the same angle.
It also looks clearer.
Like it's from higher up. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I said I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be nothing, and I could just be reading too much into stuff. But that's me. Like it looks like that is coming from a higher angle, and there is a trail cam that was Brad Weber's trail cam. That I know nonstop, Mom. I'm trying not to be, but I'm almost done. Hi, Mandy. Good to see you. Yeah. So there is the trail cam that's right at the end of the bridge that belonged to Brad Weber. Oh, did I save it? Let me see. Also in the vicinity of where I was telling you that they had the crime scene on the other side at the south end of the bridge, There's the trail cam that's there. Right here. which is higher and would be looking straight down at the bridge.
I'm so annoyed.
Just something to think about if you want to stay up and look at. There you go. And this is where I'm at with it. I'm like, I don't think that the original one that was brought out, I think it was from a trail cam. And this is also the one that supposedly caught, Derek on trail cam.
So you mean that you think that the other one that looks like it's on an angle is a still photo from a trail cam?
I do. I could be wrong. I do.
Well, to be honest, if the other one, and I'm just throwing this out there, the short clip of that person actually walking, because here's my thing. If that person was visible and walking for some time beyond that, we would have been provided more, even if they muted the girls so you couldn't hear, would have been provided more to be able to observe more of his walk. If you have a trail camera that is capable of recording, I have several. Some of them do take video, some of them don't. And they have different settings on them. You could have one that will do like a photo and then like a 3-second video and then like another photo. Like there's different. So not for nothing, but the length of time that clip that was given to us, if I found out that it was from a trail cam, it would make sense to me. It would make sense to me why it was so blurry, why it was so far away, and why it was only that short little clip.
Maybe. And maybe there is a 43-second video that has something totally different I don't know. There's definitely something about it that I mean, there's that trail cam, and the trail cam does catch it catches Derek German on it. So we know the trail cam was working at some point, but is it close enough that it would even capture that? I don't know. So here's my thing: is anybody who is really good at like the photo stuff, which I am not. I'm very honest about what I know and what I don't, and that's not something I'm great at. There's a lot of people who have figured out where Bridge Guy was walking on the bridge when he was, in the video. You can see like the backwards F tree, which is just another weird coincidence in this case, apparently, that there's a backwards F tree. If anybody can look at the very first pictures that were brought out on the news like this, on the 15th when they dropped out, when they dropped the very first photos, if anybody can look at that and figure out where he was at, I think it would be a better indication to us if this is from that type of video or if it's from a different spot, and maybe that's where this is from. Because what if this is closer to the end of the bridge? I can't tell. Like I said, I'm not a photo person like that. Is this closer to the end of the bridge where the trail cam would have picked him up? Or is this in the same spot?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, somebody who actually can do that kind of stuff. I'm not that person. So if one of you guys in chat can do it, please let me know. I'd love to see it.
I definitely don't fuck with photos because you can very easily create something in a photo that's not. You can manipulate a photo even accidentally to where it's not showing what it actually is. So I'm just thinking
if we could figure out exactly where he was, and if these shots are, if they line up with the video, because you would be able to see like the exact, it would line up perfectly on the video. You know what I mean? Yeah. To know if it actually is captured from that video or not. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, or if it doesn't line up and the angle is completely differently, like my eye is telling me. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, literally what Eye of Apophis just said. Bree that was who I was talking about earlier when I said about.
Yeah.
So she's 5'7", and she came to a shoulder. That person could have easily had a foot. Well, not a foot, but you know what I mean. 8 inches or so on her. Yeah. And so.
It's a head work. Yeah.
I told you, I'm 5'7". Exactly. well, a little bit more than that. If I walk past a man who is 5'4", I'm going to remember that I walked past a tiny man.
Yep.
Like,
Oh yeah.
I might not remember anything about
Really
him other
tall
than that I
dude
walked.
or a tiny person. I'm gonna know either way.
Yeah. I don't know if he was old or young. I don't know if it was a child, but it was a tiny person.
Yep. He definitely was
Tiny.
short or he was really tall. Those would be the two things I could tell you. Otherwise, it would just be some average dude.
Yeah, child
So,
sized. He's child sized.
so are any of you guys in chat?
Sorry for all
I
the
have a
short.
process. We do a lot of things, but I don't know if this is something that you would be willing to do. But if you guys know somebody who would be willing to do it, I would love to have the answer if the pictures are taken at a completely different level, based on that comparison. So take it and do what you want with it. But Sleuthie, I can't thank you enough for coming up. I always just love talking to you. It's just I could literally just do this for hours and go back and forth on different bits and pieces and what we think of whatever. It's just always such a pleasure. I'm so glad that you came up.
More so that we don't end up on here for 7 hours every time we jump
I
on
know
here.
this is so true. This is so true.
All right, I'll jump down so you can tell everybody goodbye, and I'm gonna send you those PDFs now that I'm
awesome. Thank you.
All right, I love you. I'll see everybody. Good night.
So what I want specifically is can we take, this is probably not the best photo to do it because it's got the things on the bottom of it, but can we take the original photos that were released on the 15th? Can we take those photos and put them with, can we figure out where on the bridge it is, number one? Number two, can we figure out if it is taken at a different angle than that video? Because to me, this looks like it's a higher up picture kind of pointing down towards him. Oh, don't forget my poll. Yes, thank you. Let me go find my poll. So I'm trying to, I just want to figure out if it would potentially or could potentially be from a different camera angle and not from that video that we're looking at from Libby's phone. All right, let me see my poll. I don't even know if that's something that can be done or how it would be done. Why can't I even see my poll? Where is it? My poll's gone. Let me get out of this. Go back in. My poll's gone. I can't even see it. I can't see it on my phone anyway. Let me pull it up on the computer. What the heck, man? Oh, there it is. Ooh. Judge Gall recused herself before the Supreme Court rules. 64% say yes, 36% say no. Dun, dun, dun. That's very close, though. That's very, very close. Can you do that, Nancy? Yeah, so essentially, yes, thank you for breaking it down. Much easier. I just want to know, does this match up with anything that's in that video? It's on the news. The original photos, if you have to go back and look at the ones that were released like on the 15th. Some of the original ones. How do we know the clip they showed was actually from the girl's phone? That's a great question. We know that she recorded something, and we've been told, I think, or is that like one of those Mandela effects or whatever that makes us think we were told that is the video? Or was there just another video? I'd have to go back and listen to all the words that are used, because I'm pretty sure we were told that is the video that Libby took. Ah, shit. I don't know. It just never ends. So the original photos would be from, you'd have to look when they very first released it. One's straight on and one's like standing on something. That's what I think. So if you guys can figure that out, and if anybody, I mean, I don't care if you're a creator and you want to use it on your channel, I don't care about any of that. I just want to know the answer. So just somebody do it and let me know. Delphi Steve, I don't know where he's at or how to get a hold of him. Like I said, I don't care who does it, just somebody do it. And then I'm going to have some dinner, and then tomorrow is Thanksgiving. If you guys celebrate Thanksgiving, go have a fantastic Thanksgiving. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday night. And I will see you guys. I don't know if I'll see you Friday. We'll see. We'll see how things go. We'll see what comes out as the Delphi world turns. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one.